remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. Remember black put by the corner every Saturday. Garlic pork at Christmas, ice cream on Sunday. Remember peeping at two lovers in the grass. Remember trying hard not to sleep during midnight mass. And the first time you get a jigger in your big toe. And the first time you ask a girl and she tell you no. I remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. Remember how you used to lie about how much woman you kiss. Spring jump on your bicycle saddle and you miss. Coming home late and sneaking in the back door. Remember Frankie were late cutting Laker for 4. Remember the first time you tried to swim and you sink. And when you fall down they give you sugar water to drink. Oh yes, I remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. Remember how you used to be afraid of teachers in school, and the big boys used to tap your head like a fool. Remember the Phantom, Fu Manchu and Superman. Remember Flash Gordon, the Shadow and Charlie Chan. Remember the first time you kiss a girl on she mouth. Remember how you feel as if the back of your head fall out. Oh, I remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. I remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. If I ever born again, tell you flat, I'm coming as a dog, don't argue with that. Dogs in this world have the sweetest life, no obligations, half dozen wife. You don't have to maintain a family and work like a dog to save your money. If you bite a man, your boss gone to court, and you ever see a dog paying puppy support, eh? So if I get a chance, let me tell you plain, I don't want to come as no man again, not me. Oh no, 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 I want to be a puppy. Yes, if I get a chance, let me tell you plain, I don't want to come as no man again, not me. Oh no, 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 I want to be a puppy. If you are a dog in a family, husband to you is secondary. If the woman see the dog feeling home late. The dog make noise and the wife awake. She cuss up the husband, you unfaithful brute. But she patting puppy head saying, oh, puppy cute. So if I get a chance, let me tell you plain, I don't want to come as no man again, not me. Oh, no, 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 I want to be a puppy. Yes, if I get a chance, let me tell you plain, I don't want to come as no man again, not me. No, 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 I want to be a puppy. If you and a female dog run away and she end up in the family way, you don't have to take she to the altar. You don't have to change puppy diaper. You don't have no mother-in-law in your tail. If you thief a bone, you don't go to jail. You don't have no arguments with no wife. Man living like dog, dog enjoying life. So if I get a chance, let me tell you plain, I don't want to come as no man again, not me. No, 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 I want to be a puppy. Yes, if I get a chance, let me tell you plain, I don't want to come as no man again, not me. No, 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 I want to be a puppy. Guyana coming back. Bostonian couldn't get a bet before the race began. 125 to 1, people just laughing. Bridgetown, Guyana coming back. All around Guyana coming back. Fast, 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 Guyana coming back. Move your tail, Guyana coming back. Whoop and whap, Guyana coming back. Bostonian in the racetrack, back in Guyana. We race in Barbados, Trinidad and St. Lucia. Barbados and Trinidad, body they gone clear. St. Lucia running number 3, Guyana in the rear. But by the time they reach the first furlong, Guyana start to move, Guyana coming strong. The Bostonian shout out Arriba. Play the way, Guyana coming back. Today, Guyana coming back. Whoop and whap, Guyana coming back. Look out, Jack, Guyana coming back. Bostonian couldn't get a bet before the race begin. 125 to 1, people just laughing. Union, shout out Arriba. Play the way Guyana coming back. Today Guyana coming back. Whoop and whap, Guyana coming back. Look out, Jack, Guyana coming back.
Hear a story from Ken Corsby. Cricket came in the jungle Sunday morning right after church. Big crowd assemble. Donkey say me fuss, I batting. You know I love me cricket. Crapper sit down behind the stumps. He say alright, I keep in wicket. Giraffe and kangaroo at fine leg. Snake down in the gully. Umpire parrot in the tree. He say, all right, fellas, are you ready? And the ones, the crowd, start to sing very loud if you hear them. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Cover, drive him and make him ball. Hook the man like Kylie Charan and put him straight in the stand. Elephant turn and pick up the ball. He say, I open the bowling. Monkey say, boy, the size of you. If you say you're bowling, you're bowling. Well, elephant walk about half mile, and then he started running. He coming down like a express train. The whole blasted jungle shaking. When he see elephant coming down, both donkey start to shiver. Red ants hit him a couple bite. He say, man, bat and pads together. And then the ones in the crowd start to sing very loud if you hear them. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Cover, drive him and make him ball. Hook the man like Vivian Richard and put him straight out the yard. Elephant coming down like a horse. He jump up high and deliver. The ball come down like a thunderbolt and bust the bat into splinter. Lick donkey, lick crapo, lick snake in the gully. Lick down giraffe and kangaroo and gone whistling down to the boundary. Well, red ants lie down flat on the ground. He say, Lord, that elephant crazy. He must be thinking it's Courtney Walsh or the man from Antigua, Courtly. And the ones in the crowd start to sing very loud if you hear them. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Cover, drive him and make him ball. Hook the man like Brian Lara and put him out the pasture. Scatteration out on the field. Every man jack was hiding. Crapo lie down like if he dead. Giraffe and kangaroo limping. But Mr. Parrot, the umpire, he said, all you hold some strain. Elephant, that was a low ball. Donkey to bat again. The donkey turn round and watch Parrot. He say, Parrot, shut your mouth. You're behind safe up inside the tree. No ball, me tail, I out. And he turned to the crowd and he said, very loud, let me tell you, all you're talking about hit the man, but all your backside inside the stand. Send some other jackass to bat. This jackass finish with that. I hear a story from Ken Corsby. Cricket game in the jungle. Sunday morning right after church. Big crowd assemble. Donkey say me fuss, I batting. You know I love me cricket. Crapo sit down behind the stumps. He say alright, I keep in wicket. Giraffe and kangaroo at fine leg. Snake down in the gully. Umpire parrot in the tree. He say, all right, fellas, are you ready? And the ones, the crowd, start to sing very loud if you hear them. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Cover, drive him and make him ball. Hook the man like Kylie Charan and put him straight in the stand. Elephant turn and pick up the ball. He say, I opening the bowling. Monkey say, boy, the size of you. If you say you're bowling, you're bowling. Well, elephant walk about half mile, and then he started running. He coming down like a express train. The whole blasted jungle shaking. When he see elephant coming down, donkey start to shiver.
Or whatever you're doing. However, you watch or you listen with whomever. Good night, good morning, good day, good evening. So good to have you with us. We're here at the Kitty Market for the statutory meeting of the Georgetown Mayor and City Council. This is the first meeting, statutory meeting for December. There will be another in the next 2 weeks' time. So we're here to bring you live everything that happens at the meeting. You can share the live and let persons know the issues and the affairs of the city. They're being discussed, and I'm certain that sometime they ask for votes and all of that. So it is what is happening and what are the plans for the city. This is it, the meeting, the statutory meeting. It's live, and you're welcome to stay with us. Remember, you don't have to stare at your screen to actually be a part of the live. You can listen as well if you're working. So tell someone, share it, and we're getting to the affairs of the city. Malcolm Ferrer here. I'm here with my good comrade Cordell Jones, who is upstairs, and we'll ensure that we bring it to you. So stay with us.
Parts together, and then the ones, the crowd start to sing very loud if you hear them. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Cover, drive a man, make him ball. Hook the man like Vivian Richard and put him straight out the yard. Elephant coming down like a horse. He jump up high and deliver. The ball come down like a thunderbolt and bust the bat into splinter. Liquid donkey, liquid crapo, liquid snake in the gully. Lick down giraffe and kangaroo and gone whistling down to the boundary. Well, red ants lie down flat on the ground. He said, Lord, that elephant crazy. He must be Chinky, his Courtney Walsh, or the man from Antigua, Courtly. And the ones in the crowd start to sing very loud if you hear them. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Cover, drive him and make him ball. Hook the man like Brian Lara and put him out the pasture. Scatteration out on the field. Every man jack was hiding. Crapo lie down like if he dead. Giraffe and kangaroo limping. But Mr. Parrot, the umpire, he said, all you hold some strain. Elephant, that was a low ball. Donkey to bat again.
Here, and it's the budget have to be or and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Order one, order two, order three. With us, PPPC Councillor Ashby. How are you doing, brother?
I am good.
Good to see you. Season's greetings to you as well. So, the penultimate statutory meeting for this year. What have you seen so far?
As persons will have witnessed since the new PPC Council took City Hall, we continue to reiterate certain standing points that we continue to see a blatant disregard for the rule of law by the mayor and the APNU councillors. As it is, last October, budget was passed for 2023. There's a standing order 2 months ago. There's a standing order that by the 15th of November, that budget should have been already prepared and drafted for 2024. Here it is, we are in December, we're going into 2024. The budget have not yet came forward for 2024. The mayor have not yet outlined what are his plans for the city of Georgetown, and he have not addressed the issues of solid waste, how we deal with that in terms of City Hall, reiterating City Hall and ensuring that the executive staff and the HODs function and do what they need to do to ensure that the residents of Georgetown can benefit from a cleaner City Hall on the
You're a councillor, but you're also a citizen.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
How do you feel as a citizen when you have access to at least some of the inside runnings of City Hall?
It's very, very, very as a citizen, I feel it's completely unsatisfying to know that for the past 50 plus years, this Georgetown continues to run on the mismanagement when there's so much more that could be done in a constructive manner that could benefit the citizens of Georgetown. Moving forward, seeing that transformation that we wish to see after campaigning, and here it is, we're still back and forth.
Has there been any indication of a move towards, let's say, working with the PPP PPC councillors in
What
at City Hall,
the
or
the mayor would have said that yes, in when he took office, that he's willing to work for the residents and work in cohesion, but that is completely the opposite. As you would have known, whilst we are 11 councillors for the PPPC, the APNU councillors sit on all the standing committees, and they would have voted, like we have mentioned this before, they have voted in blocks of 5-1, 6-1. So as much as we have very little say. We continue to put forward the arguments, but that is basically controlled by the EPNU councillors. For instance, the finance committee, as you know, the finance committee have 5 APNU members, 1 PPC member. They control the chair and the vice chair. The mayor is one of the signatories to that account,
so there's
which should not be.
there's not been any concession
Right.
on any committees or anything like that.
No, we only have one position on most of the committees, which gives us very limited say because when you look at it, most stuff goes before a block. And then when it comes back to full council, that is where we have that 3/3 that we're able to say at full council, well, no, we will not be a part of this. But if the mayor truly wants to work in cohesion, you should have more of the committee and more PPC councillors there, and that will be able to contribute meaningful
Is
to
the
changing.
PPP ready to work along?
The PPP, we remain committed to working with the APNU and all the other parties and ensuring that we bring about this change that is needed for the development of Georgetown and for the restoration of Georgetown and for the residents who are here to serve. So the PPC remains committed to working for all the residents of Georgetown with the APNU, whichever all political
You know,
parties
the
come forward.
government has been doing works that would normally fall under the office, the control of the mayor and city council, and that continues in the various constituencies in Georgetown. And I'm certainly playing an active part, and the other councillors, in what's happening in the communities.
As the public, as the residents in Georgetown have noticed over the past weeks, let me say first of all, thanks to central government for the phenomenal work that they are doing in assisting in terms of cleanage of some of the canals, roads, lights, and what's not. Because as you know, that fall under the stewardship of the mayor and city council, and that have been a neglection for years that we continue to witness. Luckily, that the government have committed and president would have said that he's taken a first-hand approach. Because if we were to wait on the mayor and city council and the mayor to actually intervene, then we'll continue to see deplorable Georgetown. So I'm very pleased that the central government, local government, and all the other stakeholders are working to ensure that bits by bits we change and transform Georgetown to what we want to be a capital city.
PPC councillors have been here last week and seems to be putting forward and objecting to quite a few things that are happening. And just 11 out of 40, but making a difference, you would say?
We will continue. We'll continue to be the voice and let people know what's going on in City Hall and continue to highlight the irregularities and the misconducts that have been going on in City Hall for years. So we'll continue to be that voice to the people, the residents of Georgetown. That's what the people placed us here for. Hence, we are now 11. By the time 2026, we'll control the city by then.
Thank you very much,
Have a good
PPC Councillor Ashby. We're going to take you upstairs to the statutory meeting of the Georgetown Mayor and City Council here at the Kitty Market Conference Room.
Great.
Really?
No, fosse só tipo.
Já só? Não, é o warranty.
No, porque a verdade é só tipo,
Só we know that. You não é passar.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. They got
City Hall statutory meeting here at the Kitty Market Conference. We downstairs though, actually on the street, and we have with us PPPC Councillor Alfonso. And good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hi, Malcolm. Good afternoon. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, so you're a constituency councillor. You won your constituency in constituency number 4.
Yes, that's correct. That's Bel Air Park, Mamaha Gardens, Newtown Kitty, Section K, Campbellville, up to Janet Street.
They really came out and supported.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm really thankful. It was time for a change.
Definitely. Now, as we heard from Councillor Ashby, just 11 of 30, but still putting in the work.
Yes. This is the largest complement of councillors that the PPP has ever had at City Council. And so even though we're still in the minority, we're really pushing a lot more this time around.
What has been your experience thus far? Yeah, we understand it's very frustrating.
You can tell by my
I know.
Extremely
It's
frustrating.
frustrating because you see so many things that could be done, but then
Yes.
you bicker over if an I is dotted or a T is crossed properly,
yes.
or pronunciation for something.
Commas missing.
Yes, I know exactly what you're speaking
My,
about. But overall, outside of the frustration of having ideas not being taken seriously, how has it been for you as a person sitting in the council?
Well, like you mentioned, it's been incredibly frustrating. And some days, some meetings, it seems as if all we do is talk. You come back the next meeting and you inquire, well, what has been implemented? What council took certain decisions, and a month later, 6 weeks later, 8 weeks later, you inquire what has been done, and nothing has been done. That's probably the most frustrating thing in the world for me right now. And it is really impeding a lot of the work that needs to be done in the city and in my constituency in particular. It's the rainy season coming up soon, and drainage needs to be done, cleaning of drains.
Do you expect that to happen through MNCC?
No, I'll be frank. No, I don't. I don't. I'm meeting with some of my constituents to see how we can self-fund some of the work. In some of the neighborhoods in my constituency, we've already made those plans to self-fund. And then in other areas, we'll have to work with...
You think residents have come together to work
self-fund.
together?
Yes, because you thought with city council, you're going to wait 12, 15, 16 weeks for the work to decide to get done. And after 16 weeks, you're still not going to get anything done.
Do you think even if there would be a move towards getting much done in your constituency?
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
You give the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
For the past 6 months, from what you've seen, that allows you to give the benefit of the doubt, or being the person you are,
No,
and the
I
politician in terms
I
of
would make
looking
sure.
to work with everyone.
Yeah, because right now we're not, well, at least on our end, we're not looking to pursue any sort of acrimony or anything with councils on the other side. No, we actually want to work together for the betterment of the city. Fortunately, it's not something that I've seen been reflected on their side, right? So you can see, for example, by the way that the committees are formed, the finance committee, for example, one of the most important committees in the council, only has one PPP representative. And by the way, the finance committee is responsible for working with the treasury department to prepare a budget for the coming year. The law says that the budget needs to be prepared by the 15th of November of the previous year, and we are going into the new year with no
clear guideline.
None of those estimates are for expenditures, or
Then they have to be expounded upon and
right.
and
So
discussed. And
exactly. What's going to happen is sometime next year the budget might pass, may not pass. We saw this year the budget passed in August, September for this year, which is absolutely ridiculous. And then we're going to hear that the central government is trying to
could you
play
run
politics.
a business like that and be successful?
Absolutely not. If this were a business, it would have been wound up ages ago. Wound up, liquidated, and all the assets sold. It's ridiculous. It's past the statutory time for the presentation of expenditures of a budget, at least a planned budget, and it hasn't been presented as yet.
So that allows perhaps for stuff to be looked after that there wasn't oversight previously. But when it comes up later, most of it has already been absorbed and used in the system already.
Of course, there's no planning. So one thing that I know that we're going to discuss today is that 70% of the council's revenues, according to minutes that I've seen, are go towards payroll.
70%.
70%, according to minutes that I've seen. I'm still to verify the veracity of those figures, but 70% of that, as much as 70% of those of collections go towards payroll. And I suspect that there are quite a few positions that are currently being paid that do not contribute much to the services that city council offers.
What does that say if that is found to be true? 70% of income going there. Is it income is so low or the amount of persons on the payroll as opposed to the income? Something needs to be adjusted or looked at.
City council receives billions of dollars in terms of revenues every year, but I would say I would imagine that the administration would need to be restructured so that people are actually doing work and 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 improving the services of the city office for residents.
Quickly, Christmas coming up. Something a message to your constituents.
We're working hard. Christmas, no Christmas. We're working hard. That's the only message I have. I know it seems from their end that that things aren't really happening because of the incredibly glacial pace at which council moves, and it is incredibly frustrating. But I would like them to know that we're working very hard to try and get some things. So to that end, I know that some of the things, wait on councillor, some of the
Good afternoon.
some of the drainage works that needed to be done in the constituency are actually taken up by the National Drainage Authority, and those have gone to tender. The tender, I think, was opened already, and we expect those contracts to be awarded soon, so that we can see some upgrades in the drainage systems in our constituency 4.
Well, thank you very much, PPP Councillor Alfonso, here at the main city council here in Georgetown. Certainly, do have a good one, and I understand your frustration, but I'm certain that it's nothing that would stop you from doing the work for your constituent residents as well as Georgetown.
Yeah, Georgetown in general needs a thorough revamping. So
Thank you very much.
that's what we're here for.
Thank you. Okay, we're
Remember your boyhood days, remember your wayward ways. Come, let me go down memory lane, check out them days again. Remember learning how to ride a bike and learning how to cuss. Drinking coconut water in the country that your belly nearly bust. And the first time you wear long pants and feel like a man. Remember when Ramadan and Valentine beat England? Hiding in the backyard smoking a cigarette. And when they give you castor oil, you're living in the toilet. I remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. Remember black put by the corner every Saturday. Garlic pork at Christmas, ice cream on Sunday. Remember peeping at two lovers in the grass. Remember trying hard not to sleep at night. And the first time you get a sugar in your big toe. And the first time you ask a girl and she says, I remember still, and I always will. Time cannot erase boyhood days. Remember the last time you tried to swim and you sink. And when you fall down into the water, yes, I remember things. And I always will. Time cannot erase. Boyhood days. Remember how you used to be afraid of teachers in class. And the big boys used to tap your head like a fool. Remember the phantom Manchu and Superman.
Almighty God, who in thine infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed ruling authorities for the welfare of society and the just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thine abundant favor to us, thy servants, who thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust over this city. We acknowledge, O Lord, our dependence upon thee in all things, and our inability to execute the duties on which we are about to enter without thy divine assistance. We therefore pray unto thee to endue our minds with wisdom and knowledge, and to impress our hearts with a deep sense of the fear of thy law, all which we ask in thy name. Amen. And
I rest myself on all this ground, and to the Lord of my country, to be obedient to laws of God, to love my fellow citizens, and to dedicate my energies towards happiness and prosperity of God.
Alright, let's now do it again. I'll talk to this. Before Christmas. Before I go any further, the deliberation committee, the level of this council, over the past week, it has a number of things that make not only the city but the entire country. And we're all in mourning for the loss of those 5 servicemen that were serving this country diligently when they met their demise. So without further ado, I would like to firstly let us have a minute silence for those fallen, what?
Before I mean, last Saturday we made the same mistake. I was trying to correct you. Go to right ahead. The law, the book says that before any other business of the council is conducted on the date, the minutes of the last statutory must be.
I'm hearing
And
you.
so therefore we need to conduct these minutes and then
I
continue.
agree with you. I'm hearing you. But I'm just seeking a minute silence
Yeah,
for these persons.
yeah, but you gotta do the statutory.
I agree with you. I'm asking for a minute silence for this. Maybe I should have asked it up front to fit it in somewhere on the line.
I should have advised you in the right way.
Right. But at the end of the day, we're seeking a minute silence before we start. I've done this on many occasions all over the world and all over Guyana and wherever. I'm saying that asking for a minute minute silence for those persons. We not deviate.
No, no, please have it recorded. I'm not objecting. I'm objecting in the manner in which the meeting is conducted.
We will conduct the meeting as we go on. What we're asking for is a minute silence for those persons, and I'm asking for us to stand to give a minute silence for those 5 fallen servicemen in the last week. Thank you. Don't be seated as yet. I'll ask for another minute silence for Mr. Clyde Watts, who also was a national and West Indian cricketer, who also suffered an accident over the past week. So another minute silence for Mr. Clyde Watts, who served us nationally and internationally. Thank you, Mr.
So maybe I'll remind Mr.
Joe Solomon, yes. And thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Councillor Jacobs, who reminded me of young Joe Solomon, who passed at 93, and who also was one of those cricketers who served us and of international acclaim. So we'll also extend another minute silence for Mr. Joe Solomon, who left us as well. Thank you all. Order of the day, confirmation of minutes of statutory meeting, Monday, March 28th. What? Sorry.
November. November 27th.
Confirmation of minutes of statutory meeting, Monday, November 27th. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Page 1. Any omissions, insertions, corrections, alterations. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 4. Page 1. Page 4. Page 4. Second paragraph, second line. Yes.
There is a word that is omitted from being considered, and its children are caught. And I think that caught, yet it's spelled S-E-A-T-A-U-G. Right. And That Eskimo belongs to the
Belong.
next line. Okay, Eskimo belongs, right? Not ED.
It's a problem. That's good.
Yeah, TC, you noted that?
Noted, sir.
Bravo. Page 5. Page 6. TC, I see. Just hold it. I see a very elderly person standing at the back. Could we please find a seat for her? I see a seat to the end there. I'm not sure uh, whoever is coming. Yeah, it's not nice to have our elderly standing in such a fashion. So I don't know if a seat could be provided.
Not in the office. They know stand up.
Sit down.
You know, they probably didn't understand that protocol.
They understand the protocol. Something wrong.
Page 6, page,
Page
you
6.
said page 6, Councilor Gray.
Yes, because they have me. Abstaining and they also have yes.
Yeah, I see that. So, did you abstain or did you
I
vote?
abstain.
Abstain.
Oh, yeah.
Vote.
Noted, sir.
All right, yes, you abstain. Find the name. Right. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Can I have a mover? Mover by Councilor Circular, seconded by Councilor Lewis. I open for any matters arising if there's any. If there's none, I shall move on to the next item on the agenda.
Chairman, Mr.
Please,
President,
please proceed.
I want to commit us to the report on the page 80, the report on the engineers, page 80. On, Mr. Chairman, there were two critical issues.
Yeah,
There
sorry.
There were two critical issues that necessitated the engagement subsequent to the statutory meeting of the City Works and the committee. And those two matters were the structure going up and talking about the low scale and the other one on Athlete Street. Those, but the visits were done. There were some recommendations made as a result of the evidence that we are facing. And I was hopeful that the report of that site visit it might have been part of this, the minutes that we're looking at here today. I haven't seen it, but since it is not here, sir, I think it's urgency and the evidence presenting itself to us on that site visit, including the visit that we made to a restaurant, Camboot, I think it was, Camboot on Albert Street. No, it's not. I'm talking, I'm talking about the report that should have been attached to this based on the site visit because the intervention of the chairman, it was waived because we were supposed to be visiting new sites subsequent to the statutory. And I was hopeful here. I would like for the engineer to tell us what is the current state of affairs with one, the Atkins Street property. Two, because we had asked for a report. Two, the situation with the lowest building, and for maybe it's the doctor or Tom Clark to tell us what has happened in this situation at Camboot. But there were all kinds of things we saw in the pictures of. Yes.
While the matter itself, while the matter itself will have an engineer's report at some point, for the sake of this council and the urgency of the matter involved, where certain things are not being adhered to, and persons continue to proceed with alacrity in dealing with these issues, or continue to build and continue to violate this council's position, I would dare say I would allow Mr. Engineer to give us a snippet of what, or summary of what transpired on those visits and where we are currently fitting with these issues. So, through the town clerk, I'd like to have the engineer speak to us.
Mr. Mayor, before the engineer comes, for the knowledge of the council, the report on the site visit were tabled at the City Works Committee, and they form a part of the agenda.
Which agenda? This agenda?
This same agenda.
Oh, since normally.
It's from page 1624.
Oh, so if it's there, then we will leave it there. I thought because at the time it didn't reach this meeting, so it actually reached this meeting. Okay. 16 to 1626. Okay. We'll keep with it when we come to that part. Alright, I shall proceed.
Yeah.
Okay, let's proceed with opening remarks. DC?
Yes, sir.
I was able, Mr. Garraway, Councilor Garraway, has indicated to me that his mom is not in the best. So he had to take her to the hospital. So he's not sure if he'll be able to make it, but I said more than likely he may be absent. So I've gotten an excuse from Mr. Garraway in relation to not making it. I'd like to raise a particular issue, TC, that I've noticed and I've actually heard from various officers about some concerns they've raised in one way or the other, either me the compound or talking to me by the way. Here they have suggested that some of the committee meetings that they have, they're not, it generates to some level of disrespect on their part, where they feel somehow or the other threatened by some councillors who may talk to them in a certain way. I ask of those councillors, those who may not be here either, they will see the minutes, that even though the officers are your
severe subordinate rule as it relates to council over the overall administration. Your conduct with those officers ought to be a lot more uh, impeccable rather than it degenerate into some kind of a contentious list. So I ask that we use more professionalism in our role with them. You can address them in committee meetings, you can address them at council, but there must be some amount of civility in which you do that, so that we can keep that relation between the officers and the council in a hand and glove arrangement. So I ask that we control our emotions and conduct ourselves in a more civil manner with this person. We have a situation here as well. I'd like to bring the council up to date. Just 1 minute. Just give me a minute. All right. In the last statutory, I would have raised down to the end of any other business matter concerning the vendors and where we stand with them as it relates to us finding some commonality between the Manishwar and us. We know we've had many other not necessarily mandamases, many other claims by other businesses and so on concerning our vending and where many of those stores vend. They haven't reached the stage of any mandamus or mandamus. I gather we have to just people down so we can find some kind of workable relationship with persons as well as the vendors. I did indicate that I've been in touch with the Schwartz. I've also been in touch with the lawyers for the Schwartz. I've been in touch with the other attorneys and for them to convey these kind of discussions to the top floor. So those the conversation we've had actually, and I had with the vendors themselves, where I think myself and the deputy and some other councils, I think Mr. Hines and others would have met. We were able to broker an arrangement that allows for them to remain there at least up until the January 15th, and that accord would have been signed among the various parties and would have been entered into the court to allow for that decision to be carried and for it to be an addendum to the order. So that I said I raised it then, and I now bring it to the council that we have an accord with those persons, so those persons will enjoy the season and enjoy doing some business while other people do business, so that they should be able to benefit from the season like any other business, so on and so forth. But we'll have to, that accord has some measures that has to be fitted in, and I guess the town clerk will look at it and ensure that the constabulary ranks put certain things in place to keep the place within in a way that is comfortable to all. So I thought I'd bring it up here. I have a copy of the accord. I believe the town clerk will share it at some point. You were going to read it to us today or not read it?
No, sir.
Right. So I just thought I raised it, and I think it's at least a little feather to be able to play with, to allow for us to look at other issues as we proceed onwards. So we have that accord, we have that. I think you would have raised the Waterloo issue that will come up at some point later. TC, I would like to raise a particular. I know this council singing here today, but I think he spoke about it at the last statutory, if I remember well. But this is December, TC, and I think we got to start I know you've put certain things in place as it relates to having a budget person, uh, right? And we got to start planning on that one. But we just don't plan internally. We plan also externally. And I know for sure it has always been something on the previous administration, even under Chase Green's administration, where we went out to the various constituencies to get understand their felt needs and understand what's happening with them, so that we could fix the budget to suit their purposes and to fix it in a fashion that includes them. Because that is what we're about, local government and a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down. So we don't want to impose things on person. We want to hear what they have in mind so that we can address it in the various constituencies. I did indicate to you that maybe we can marry two different constituencies that are close by to hear what is what, but I'm expecting maybe a draft of a schedule that you can put together, at least initially, so we can start talking. So let's say by January, we can get rolling. We can roll out that issue because we ain't able to do much now in December, but we must be able to put something in place to fit with those matters of constituency as well as PR, whatever, so that we could fix those matters once and for all and have our budget going and ready. Even usually, I've always known this from since way back that by March we usually kind of finish that budget thing to have it presented. So I'm hopeful that you can look at the schedule and look at something, put something. So I'd like to hear from you.
Sir, we did discuss that, and what I also said is that the councillors would have to organize the meeting within their constituency. And if I get those dates, well, then I can put a final document together, and admin will also attend, the relevant officers will attend that meeting to take the notes so that we can incorporate it into our budget. But it's not the admin who would go out and have these meetings. So the councillors would
But I
usually
hear you. That's what I'm saying.
coordinate that.
It's not an admin issue. The only thing the admin gotta do is to organize. But what I could say, TC, rather than you wait on councillors to come up with dates, you work out constituency one and constituency this is the date. This is the date we have in mind, or we could say tentative dates, 1, 2, 3 dates, and let us choose a date and determine when that will be, so that we can have that plan rolled out rather than waiting on some. Give us you put your administration. We're the councillors here who want to see things happen, but we want to work within the confines of your time. So provide different times, have an idea which constituency can be doing what, and let us have a draft of it going forward. And we say, okay, we're happy with this time, we're happy with that time. I will be at every one of those meetings. But I would like to have a situation in place where we have something on paper, on black and white, allowing for us to move forward. So I'm not sure if that is possible and how soon that can be put in place, during this period. So when we hit January, we must know what we do.
Okay, I can provide some proposed dates by which the councillors can choose for their constituencies.
Appreciate it. Thanks much. TC, I have noticed I've been driving around and there have been a number of billboards just cropping up all over the place. I am not aware of us giving any permission for these different billboards or wherever they be, and I don't even know. I do not have any knowledge, or I'm not sure what knowledge you have as to those billboards, and also what arrangement we have with those billboards, if any. And what I noticed they've been on our various reserves or various drains, whatever, various parks or urban bond, whatever. And I gather that there's supposed to be some arrangement with those persons who are doing that. I know for sure from what I've seen, the impression sign is at the bottom of nothing. And I don't know we're getting anything
our team.
Well, Mr. Mayor, were applications sent to the engineers department for those being put in place there? And if they were sent, they normally is a fee attached.
Fine, but that's what I'm saying. We haven't had any of those in the city works. But we ain't been having any for long as well. But I just see these things happening. So DC, I would like for this council to be aware of what is going on for you to write the impressions. Asking about asking about these. Yes, asking about
That's
these.
fine, that's for the engineers, they get the
Uh,
cost.
Well, I hear you. I don't want to even go and ask them. Right now, what we have in the situation is to let the people provide it or the people provide it. But what we need for sure is answers in relation to this and where we're heading in this particular area, where a lot of these things are just cropping up. And we're not getting anything or any keeps of this. And if when that information is provided to us, or even if I don't know if it comes to before maybe a meeting with impression. I'm not sure. I'm just suggesting some things I'd probably like to hear from councillors as to what direction we should take on this matter. Councillor South.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I think it's important to speak on this issue here because what we have in this city is a manifestation of the broken window theory. If you have disorder in society or any community and you don't deal with it constantly, it becomes pervasive, ubiquitous. And that is what is happening in this city. Go around and you will see. I think it was Councillor Hines who spoke about John Lewis, he spoke about Campbell, and then we have the situation in Atfield Street. We have standing orders, bylaws that specify what should happen in the city. In some of the wards, it is clear what you can do. But these bylaws are not being adhered to. I don't know why. If they're not relevant, we should revoke them. But once these bylaws are here, we should adhere to them because people can take us to court for failing, just like how we have to in mandamus with the vendors. It is clear. In some ward, there should be no facilities selling alcohol. In some ward, it is clear that building cannot occupy more than 2/3 of the lot. But all of those things are no longer relevant. We must address this issue. There should be no sacred cow or cows when it comes to us enforcing the law. Nobody, regardless of their political connection, their social affiliation, or their economic standing in society should escape. If impression erect those signboards without permission, we should tear it down once we ascertain that. That is what we should do. We should not negotiate with people. The coercive arm of this council, the city police, we have emasculated them. We treat them like stepchildren, so they cannot even do their work. We need to correct that situation. We have to enforce the laws, and we must do it. I even want to touch on the next incident. Recently within the city, clear violation of this, I think it's 290. A man buried his tail in his yard. The laws are clear. If they do that, we must exhume the dead. That is what we have to do. We have to send a strong message to those who violate the laws. We as councillors here, we stood there, we sworn. We will execute our role without fear or favor
affection or ill will. It means something. We cannot compromise our position. We have to address this issue. And I hear you, Mr. Mayor, our admin staff, you all have to help us. Yes, I'm angry when I come to meeting, and it's like you can't get this done and you can't get that done. I want to tell you something. I'm grounded in the military, 25 years. And I cannot promise you, if you're a delinquent, I will be soft with you. I will be very candid, I will tell you that. I expect you to deliver. Let us move this council forward. People are doing their own thing in this town. Recently, I saw a small contractor cleaning the road, and he decided to black council road. What is going on in this city? He just blacked the road, and they're cleaning the drain. Again, in clear violation of Chapter 2801. We have to get ourselves familiar with the act. And I expect the administration should be first and foremost, and to help us to fix this chaos in this city. We cannot be proud of what is going on in this city. You go around right on Sandy Bob Street. The law is clear. You cannot build anything beyond your boundary. There's step back distance. People so old that they're building on the carpet. Structure, all in. And we're not doing anything about it. There must be order. And I ask this council, let us work together and ensure that bylaws are being upheld. There can be no sacred cow. We must have the courage to do the right thing. Only so this city can move forward and this country can move forward. Thank you.
Before you go, Council, what I saw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I want to start by saying the Latin word "dito." To what my colleague has just said. I want to say,
Don't be distracted.
those who are very shallow find it not be useful, but I will continue. My mother used to say, and I read somewhere, if you don't stand up for something, you fall for anything. And it's in a reference to some of the comments made by my colleague. There has been a constant drift, a downward spiral in relation to adherence to the 2021 laws, not just recently, but this has happened over a number of years. I say that to say this, in relation to those boards and other fixtures on council's property and parking, including advertisement, several people advertising parties and so on. Some years ago, while I was on this council, a decision was made by this council and an exercise to be conducted through the engineering department in collaboration with the city constabulary to make sure that they remove all those things and charges be applied to the persons who put them there. Now we have a situation where persons have applied years ago to establish a few of those electronic signs. We specifically, at the level of council, stated the charges that need to be applied and what I need to determine, and I need to know in relation to that, is the council receiving its money? Say for those electronic boards that we have approved. First question, I would need to know that. And secondly, if the engineering department or council who have been around in the city have any data, because in many instances, some of these things that are put up, if people get a they may not be from council but from officers. I spoke here about a Thornton who attempted to fly. And I'm saying again to you, to this council, that we got officers and councils who try to be taught. I would say that you have to know about something. If you get down to the bottom of it, you're here. But this council has a parameter with charges are to be applied as long as the application is formally submitted to the council. What charges are to be applied? I need to know whether those that have been approved, the people then pay. And the new one, which is where the who are, is either we remove them and apply the charge to them, or we have them come to the council to be regulated.
Noted. TC, what would be your advice on this way forward? Because we are seeking, this council is seeking to address this matter. You heard Council Sala, this issue that whenever we think about it, we're not enforcing the laws based on our act. The powers are within the laws through you as well as the engineers and others. We will deal with this issue. So these things continue to crop up. It will just get worse and worse. So I elect us, and I believe the council will like to stop to those issues or put a remedy in place to treat with it. So guide us on what action you will take from your end, and then we'll move to make a decision. Votes. First of all, I thought council votes are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, officers. Mayor, I know this. People building one another's drains, fences. Well, I see a particular engineering track wrong. He's seen these things. I don't want to say that the engineering track is wrong. Yeah. We have broad notions for removal of certain officers. We go to and then doing the work. And the government commission, who's by the majority of the PDP, refuse to remove these persons. They continue to have them here.
And they running the city and they saying they
We want these people gone because they're like this now. I think a lot of these counselors, legal counselors, they've been here now for some time.
the statutory meeting. This is the first one for December 2023, and it's being held at the Kitty Market Conference Room. And we have with us PPP Councillor Stephen Jacobs. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Malcolm. I'm okay now. I'm okay. It's because I took a break and I came downstairs. So I'm okay now because that for a moment there I was living. So we have Mr. Leland speaking about the bylaws and implementing them. But then if you look at the table in terms of what you have in terms of councillors, they're running the city. And even when you go into City Hall, you can actually see a lot of councillors from their side in City Hall. And to speak on impressions and the billboards and so forth, and just attacking persons that they might feel are affiliated, it's very convenient. And you only hear these things come up when they have speculation.
So for a moment, I wondered, I had to check to see if that was one of our PPV councillors, you know. Like you said, you're in charge. How can you be complaining that you don't know what's happening and you're asking and then not asking for the answers from the city engineer or the town clerk?
Exactly.
But still you want us to...
Exactly. How are you going to engage somebody outside of City Hall when you're supposed to be getting that information inside the council so that then you can know how you stand instead of going outside to actually seek information? It shows a clear sign that you're not capable of doing what you have to do. Right?
I spoke earlier and councillors Ashby and Alfonso said, you know, it's like an exercise in futility. This is a clear indication for persons looking to actually see what's happening. You're complaining about something that you're in control of.
Listen, Malcolm, since I came here from inception, you know, nothing has been done. You come to meetings, persons, councillors push what they want to push, and then you also have experienced councillors, especially from the other side. You know, they speak and they don't want to basically listen to others because you look, for instance, Mr. Alfonso, since he came into council, he has been lobbying for time bond activities, and any decision must be time bound so that we can get results. And so far, you know, it has been fictitious to a certain extent in terms of pushing the mayor so that we can have results. Yeah.
What do you expect with something like this? How do you solve something? I thought the persons who were present at the statutory meeting should be providing answers. You know, did this occur? Did that occur? What is the position? You
Ex-
can get it through committees, and then it can be shared with all the councillors, so councillors are informed, so you can make a very good decision.
Exactly. So, like I mentioned before, how can you then go outside? You need to check inside, speak to the city engineer, get an understanding of what is happening. Because, for instance, we were on a site visit the other day in New Market Street with somebody building in council's area. You said to them, you said to the city engineer, send out the cease order the next day, but then you went back 3 days after it's completely built. So we need answers from within, and that is what we have to do first. Instead of going to impressions or engaging impressions, we need to engage inside first and see what's happening because show clear signs, a clear breakdown in communication, and nobody basically understands what's happening.
Well, I'm certain it could be no need permission or whatever, but just in the
Exactly.
context to look at it
Hmm.
as though uh, it's like you don't know what's happening in your own house, your own home. You know, you don't know where the sugar is, you don't know where the salt is, and so you left at home one day, you can't mambo in your own kitchen. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah. Show clear signs of that leadership is not there. You need to be on ground. You need to understand what's going on. Look at His Excellency, how he operates.
Hmm?
He's on ground. He's a hands-on leader, and that is what you need if you want to have a change in Georgetown and for the people of Georgetown.
But I see you're present every time. You're working very hard. How's it been for you?
Well, my constituency is constituency two. All right. I know I'm also a councillor for the whole of Georgia, but I
Yeah.
place a lot of emphasis on constituency two. So what we're currently doing, we're actually plan the cleanup, and this is it in partnership with local government because we all know that the current status with us in terms of having monies at city council. So this is with the help of Mr. Anand Prasad, Minister, Honorable Minister. So we're looking to do some cleanup. We know the Christmas season it's coming, and then we also have a maintenance plan that we're working on because we want a continuous effort to keep our surroundings and drains, pretty clean for our citizens.
Are you ever asked at council to put forward the work that you've been doing as a councillor in the constituency?
No. Mention was made at the last council for us to call in um, the PR person. But I'm saying, at council, instead of us calling in, why don't you arrange meets in these areas so you get out there and you do work, not just wait, you
To
know,
see
uh,
a council do something and then
exactly, and then
get a
say,
PR
listen,
out of it.
all right, you understand? It must be something discussed around the table, and then we move forward.
Did you thought it would have been like this before you come here? It's not.
Actually, no. Listen, Mark, I own couple businesses, and for me, if you don't put the effort into it, and it's like it's general life teams that you should go with, and effort always beats talent. So you need to put in effort in every single thing. You have to get on ground. You have to put in the work.
Don't you feel that subs?
Your worship, I must say that
So say, yeah, definitely.
you could sit here and say that the office, and even if you make reference to the city engineer department, with one council, right? Everybody, we must work together. And if you're going to say that officers in the city engineer department are corrupt, they don't work in isolation. They work with each other, with officers in the other departments. So if you're saying that one group of officers is corrupt, but it means that all of us are corrupt. And I know that I am not a corrupt officer. So I'm asking that statement be expunged totally by the person who made the statement or the person who made
The statements made by council.
Well,
Withdraw your statements and expunge it from the minutes of this call.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
I want to talk about the speech we have our governance, we have to treat with those signs of the
Sir, I can't do what the Admin Department does in relation to signs that ever request comes to the council, it goes to the engineers department, so that to check the signs and to give their review on whether it would be safe to put that sign in certain places. After that report is received, it's forwarded to the city works team. The city works committee has to find out whether approval should be granted or not. So all of the requests that come to the council, it goes to the city works team. If there's any sign that is up and the council is unaware of it, that's because it never came to the council.
Okay. What we having here is a situation where I've been part of the city work committee sometime, and I haven't seen much of those application or requests apparently. I'm previous councilors and what signs have been put up. So I would like you to write to those persons who have the signs up and ask them to maybe have a meeting with the health or a meeting with a member of the city works committee. Would that be suffice? Would that suffice? And along with the engineers, obviously, so that we can treat for this once and for all and get to the bottom of this matter. This is an urgent matter, so I guess you would have to write to the impressions asking them to comply so that we can be able to determine from their compliance what actions we will take if there's a non-compliance of this issue. So that will be the decision of the council this time. All right. You want to speak to talk something on anything outside of that?
Mayor, am I also saying? No, you have to also look at it. Very one of them. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, all forum I would say that I will not allow anyone to come and make acquisitions without any proof.
Before we go for the matter, man.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the my good friend, Councillor Ford, standing accused the PPP and the current Health and Local Government Commission, as though we should tell this council they're only a local government commission from 2020 to now. But those minus made themselves alone. Themselves alone.
She's saying they're not in discretion from onwards.
Sorry?
They're doing it in discretion by whoever he's been talking about.
Sir, are you speaking from the time the council start? From the time the city starts to now, or are you speaking from a particular time? No. I know you heard it. I know you heard my good friend.
Listen.
The time, Mr. Mayor, I should give you the floor though.
Well, listen, I think we over the matter. No, we over it. I think we
I should give you the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Give me the floor.
I'm standing up, Mr. Mayor. Whenever we make this, I'm fine, and make fine, sir. Yes, that's true. I'm going to make it simple, the officers though.
Let's proceed.
You have to catch us every time, you know, don't fight. You got to promise. That's a promise, that's a promise.
Council Sarma. Respect for joy all over one place.
I'm here to learn. Right. I don't know what the other. But with both ones, this attitude tells nothing but the it matters if it's the PPP or if it's the PS. We are here to serve. We are not here to bash one another unnecessarily. Right. If support made a mistake, I'm sure it was a mistake. As much as you don't want to accept it was a mistake, I think he was disrespectful. I asked him to stand up and do the right thing. Matters not how long he go around it, he did. Let us move on from there. Right. It's uncalled for. How do you expect me, right, to learn and do the right thing? When we want to bicker and it's uncalled for. Let us wait until we get on the road and deal with PNC. And let us move forward in council and do the right thing and show respect to each other. Because we continue to disrespect the mayor. I don't care which party he stands for. And if the mayor do something wrong and represents my party, I will tell him that you are wrong. And I always do it. Because I sit here and I listen to everybody. From the engineers to the TC to the regular council to Ms. Green, everybody. Because I speak less because I'm here to learn. And I expect to learn from you, especially Mr. Young, because you've been here now. Let us dismiss one day. Don't let us go into 2024 with this uncalled nonsense going on. We have people looking on. This is life. And every time we have secretary, I have to sit here and just like, oh my God, why did I do this? Come on. We are adults. There's no teenagers in here. We are all adults. We are all adults. We have children. Sometimes the children will be looking at these eyes. This is how one year that here. Come on.
Thank you.
Let us stop, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I think your message is loud and clear. DC, I have another matter or two here I'd like to raise. I think we would have spoken to TC sometime in the week. Last week it was, I believe. I think this is in relation to a couple of matters. One specifically which relates to the CIOG. Try to find CIOG would have sent me sent some things to you, but they also sent some letters to me in relation to some exemptions that they should benefit from based on the ownership of a particular property in, I think it is Thomas Street. Yes. I think the matter concerns they not having to pay rates and taxes because the property is owned by the CIOG, and that the exemptions are usually granted to persons of that nature, whom, because of the religious nature of the organization, they should be exempted. I think he would have proposed something a little different, but I thought I would have to bring this matter to the council so that I could be able to get the CIOG to move on with whatever plans they have to treat with this issue. I don't know if you'd like to share that, your view on this, so that we could have a discussion on it, so that we could make a decision as a council based on the law to be able to allow the CIOG to benefit from this exemption.
Sir, in relation to that matter, the CIOG did write asking for exemption of rates and taxes from various properties that fall on the CIOG's name. when the exemption comes, the request for exemptions, it's sent to the engineers department for them to go verify that yes, the property is being used for religious purposes. Then it comes back to the town clerk's department to do that letter of approval or not. In relation to the property in Thomas Street, that is an empty lot, which is currently being used by Cyril's taxi service as for parking. And in relation to the law, section 213, it says no rate shall be levied in respect of the following properties: property used solely for purposes of public religious worship. So that property is not being used as a place of worship. And it was therefore objected that rates be accepted for that particular property. Hence, the letter was sent stating that the rates will not be exempted for that property. However, for the other properties which are being used for religious purposes, the exemptions were granted.
Okay. Based on that, your position on this matter, TC, and like you said, under section 213, which speaks of property for different purposes, and also 214, which also has the power to exempt owners of certain properties under 214. And it went on into 14A, speaking of any property used for, the word you speak to is use, right? Thunder is use or used. It also in section 214B says any property used again mainly for the purposes of player games or athletics and all of that. Or it also went on to say, or other organization which is not established or conducted for profit. It's not with a view for profit. It also went further down the line to speak about on the sea, property used exclusively for the purposes of a hospital, dispensary, or health institution. And then it went to say where the council is satisfied that liability to pay the whole of the rates would seriously prejudice the successful attainment of the objects. So when I come to objects, objects are the articles where the CIOG was formed. They formed on the objects of religious position. Doing things with the objective of non-for-profit. Doing things with the objective of not dealing with matters to generate income or whatever it may be. In this particular case, even though the property, because I contacted the persons or they contacted me, and a certain person would have been in touch with me as well on this particular matter. Even though the property is currently being used by, I think, several garages for parking, they don't have, they voluntarily lend it to them to do that. But they now have plans. They now have plans to be able to treat with this issue moving forward as to whatever plans they have to deal with the issue. The idea in question here is that the objects of the CIOG is one that is of a religious nature. So because it's of a religious nature and that objects speak to whatever they have plans to do with that property or any property that they come into ownership with, naturally the exemption should apply. That is basically my view on this, but I'm saying other councillors will have their chance to speak on this because the objects of the organization or the overall objects and goals of that organization speaks to what the CIOG is about. The Essential Islamic Organization of Guyana dealing with religious matters. All right, so even the own web and they're using it or they bought it for use for religious purposes or use for institutional purposes, which exemption is applied. So if not they're using it now, the objects about what they should plan to do speaks to that exemption. And I'm saying that my view that they should be exempted from the non-payment of rates and taxes because
their intention is strictly religious intentions. I see Councillor Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and councillors. If you take a piece of elastic and you stretch it, then beyond its competence, of course. I heard you and your applied interpretation of what the contract read. The COIG as a religious, CIOG as a religious body conducts activities, say, for the public good. And when for the public good, when they buy these kind of properties, in this case, the council say, was called upon to do what they call an investigation. This property that they have, what is being used for. We are not debating the purposes of the COIG, CIOG. We are debating the use of a property owned by them. And in this case, the property to which the contract has before is being used for commercial purposes by a taxi service. So how the thing can apply? If the COIG was used, what they call it? CIOG. I don't even see if the CIOG is using this thing, say for the old purpose and doing the kind of religious work, fine. I have no problem with that. I have no problem. But in this case, the only property, but they have allowed, I can't say the rent because I know, they have allowed another organization to use this property for commercial purposes. So the law will have to be applied. And this is what my colleague Councillor Saul was referring. We can't bend, not stretch the elastic too far. It is being used for commercial purposes. So for that one, if the COIG had control and they were doing this and the part people going to church and pray and so on and they using it for fine. But in this case, it's somebody else. So the taxes have to be applied. I heard what you said.
I also said that it's not, they loaned it. Okay? And they only loaned it for this year. They loaned it to the Cyril Grant to use. They have no formal arrangement, no benefits, no nothing, and they also communicated.
We don't know that for sure.
No, they sent a letter.
No, I know that for sure. No.
You're stretching the elastic.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I believe in this. The law is clear. Yes, I believe in this. The law is clear. That facility is being used for commercial purposes, and therefore we should apply the rules. Yes. We don't have a choice. Thank you, sir.
All right. So you council is suggesting that the rate should be applied for that property. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this is a similar thing. You can't sit down and think that this is what if the policy the council to do the relief,
exemption,
the exemption sorry, it's my view we should go ahead and do it. Two reasons. One, we are at this point are not sorting what is the position and say unless it up. And secondly, it would be ruling a vote for CIOG, organization that serves this country. Thank you.
I want to go for I want to go forward since we're on this because it's one of those things that like you said, the organization has been serving us, serving the country and what the kind of onerous kind of taxes because of the system that we have that will bring to those persons. Let me tell you the amount so they understand the kind of money that the system generated because of the ownership of that property. It says here, the Central Islamic Organization again, which owns this property, 298 Thomas Street, which was a building there before. It says the arrears outstanding on this is $8 million, right? The demand discharged them every year is 338,000, and the calculation of the interest based on how long you own this property is $491 million. So, yeah, what we are saying here is that we are asking CIOG, an organization that serve this country, serve the religious dispensation, to treat with a matter of this here. This for me is an onerous position. This position is also one that is taking advantage of a situation. And we as a council here should use our discretion.
So then the point is no, sir, you came to this council with this issue. All of that information you had, you kept it to yourself until your back is against the wall and now you're reading this letter to us. Did you present the proper case to this council? The council would have been in a consideration mood to deal with it. But you kept all that information to yourself and now you bring it out because your back is against the wall.
I'm saying I would like to make a solid representation. No, I see Councilor Fraser. I think you were solid in your position. I hear you. Thank you, sir. Yeah. You don't need to say more. I see Councilor Fraser.
Mr. Mayor, my only is that the law is the law.
Yeah.
And we must abide by the law. But that is prior to the present status. There was a building before that was owned by the CIOG. When that building came down, when did they enter into the arrangement? What it is with the taxi service? I believe it's important that we look at
they enter an arrangement. I said they don't have an arrangement. They don't have a rental arrangement. They don't have anything. They just allow them to use it.
We may ever take the movie taxi service out to you. I would say yes if the movie taxi service out to you. I would say yes, right.
All I'm saying, sir, I'm still like can I conclude, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
All I'm saying, sir, is that we might have knowledge where the building, CIOG building was demolished. And so, and from the time to when the building was demolished, it was last year, the building was demolished. And we are looking at the taxes that we should consider. As it relates to this year, that whatever verbal written or whatever agreement there is with the tax service CIOG, then we must also look at strike compliance.
Councilor Mace.
Sir, Councilor, sir,
I recognize we like to look the Muslim organization, the CIOG. But I recognize also there's a business that's going on the property. I don't know if it was rented or whatever, I don't want to suggest.
I said that.
But so we should recognize also this council is heavily indebted. We owe GRA. We need monies in this council. And if not saying we want to bring all this money, let us not church. Let us let them pay for when they learn the tax service to conform when the business start there. Let's look past everything else, find out when it starts. If it's only this year, from then, for 2020 period, for whichever period, let them pay for that period.
But they're not renting it.
We don't know that.
They let them in good faith.
They got faith. And they got faith. So, and they got faith, the tax service will help them to pay. So I think I suggest that we write them back and let them know that we will start paying or remove the tax service.
Councilor Hines once more, and then
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much
for your consideration. Now, I have, Mr. Mayor, unswerving respect for the religious body under discussion. I am inclined to think, sir, that outside of what you have said, that there is an arrangement. I don't know what the arrangement is, but I'm in my mind's eye because these people that are using this facility, civil taxi services, they're people that I know, and civil taxi service is contracted to ExxonMobil with very large contract, very big. That's not under discussion. But the point I wish to make is that if the Muslim organization, because I don't remember the acronym. I don't remember the acronym. Central Islamic Organization of Guyana. If the Central Islamic Organization of Guyana owned this property over a number of years and they were not using it, but tax were being applied on it all the years, what I'm saying, sir, now that this arrangement that has been put in place with the taxi service, whichever time it came into being, I believe that in relation to the outstanding arrears of taxes inclusive of interest, that council apply some kind of percentage to that. But for the period that the taxi service is using it going forward, they should be paying the tax because the property is being used. That is my position because I've adjusted it based on the law that I heard. Say, look, no, I've adjusted my position based on what I've heard. Say the law said. So I'm saying yes. You understand? You have been doing good services and so on, but taxes are being applied all the time on this property, and the amount is astronomical. But you're now using this plot of land, giving this Central Islamic Organization this plot of land to use. They're saying that there's no arrangement. I don't believe that.
All right.
But they should pay.
I hear you. But let me hold up, please. I have a letter here sent by the CIOG. I wouldn't want to dispute that the people who signed such a letter is going to lie to us. Okay, so let me read that letter, please. Letter was sent on December 1st to Your Worship the Mayor. Application for exemption from written taxes. Dear respected Mayor Alfred, the Central Islamic Organization of Guyana, CIO, is an NGO and not-for-profit organization that has been in operation for over 45 years. We tend to the needs of vulnerable, the elderly, the differently able, and the orphans in both Islamic and non-Islamic communities across Guyana via various humanitarian projects, etc., financing and housing and so on. In light of the above, and in reference to the aforementioned caption, the CIOG as body is humbly requesting exemption on the rates and taxes on the Central Islamic Organization of Guyana plot of land located at lot 298 Thomas Street, South Commonwealth 4, as it relates to the arrears, demand, and interest demand for years earlier on 2022 and 2023. In this regard, to this plot, in regard to this plot of land, please be advised that we have given our neighbors civil taxi service. They go ahead to park their cars in the compound of the land. In exchange for parking, they in turn have upkeep the sanitation of the land. Reason for this arrangement is that persons around the community were using the land as a garbage dump site. And no matter what we did, we could not have gotten the garbage to stop coming. The garbage dumping had gotten to so bad that the stench was so overbearing that we started to receive various complaints from the immediate neighbors, one of which is a school. Hence, to keep the land clean, we had no choice but to enter into this aforementioned arrangement. Please be advised
Also, that the organization have future plans for occupying the said plot of land with Islamic related projects. We would we would like to take this humble request into consideration, and we will thank you for the assistance and support of your office has extended to our organization over the years. If there be further information required, kindly contact us with the number of information. Signed by the General Manager of the Central Islamic Organization of that. All right. So that is where we at in relation to the. That's relation where we at in relation to this issue. The Central Islamic Organization has no reason to tell us some untruth and to cause us to see their objects and what they do and what plans they have and how they extend themselves in throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. And this fancy amount that the system generated, and including demand and how much per year and how much in interest.
That's for 2 years?
No, this is forever.
But Mr. Mayor, you read that they're asking for exemption for 22 and years, 22 and 23, something I wrote.
But no, including 22.
But my question to this is, how long have they owned this building? And why only now they're asking for exemption from raising taxes when they would have been able to benefit like all the other buildings they've been benefiting from it from? So when did they acquire this building?
From the transport I see here. They acquired it from 2011, 12 years ago.
And they have not utilized the building until they
don't want to utilize it. They want to submit plans to be able to put up a project there. But they can't do that unless the taxes are sorted out to the recipients. No, I ain't stretching all elastic. I don't come at them fancy adjectives and idioms if you want to tell me. What is before here now is that the Central Islamic Organization is applying for exemption, an exemption all the way to the end of 2023 so that they can proceed with the business and their projects. I'm asking this council, based on the law, and the law speaking to the issue as it relates to the objects of the organization, and that even though they're not using it currently, they own it and they buy it for religious purposes. So I'm asking this council to vote to grant the Central Islamic Organization of Guyana the exemption they need to proceed with the business of this Central Islamic Organization. Those who are in favor, please do by the show of your hands.
I don't go because but the smart yes, but I have
sometimes it's hard in life. Those against?
Sorry, I didn't get all of the names. 4. Those who vote in 4. 4.
And there are 2 sons and Muslims. Those are the only way I can go.
This after the letter.
Right. 2.
2. Those against? I see Councillor Saab. Councillor Hines. We agree. I know Councillor Saab. I'm going to have opposition. And those that abstain, nobody else. So we proceed. The vote has been carried so that the Central Islamic Organization benefit for exemption from this council. And TC, you give me an idea of how already we'll be able to treat with this issue during the course of the week, TC.
Yes, sir.
Now I raised another matter. I'm not sure TC wanted to raise this other one.
Yes, sir.
There's another matter that also has similar connotations. One that concerns St. Stanislaus College, which is also an educational institution, and also the Jesuit, uh, which is the Roman Catholic who owns the property. This property concerns a property where, as an old student of St. Stanislaus College, I would have had to use the farm at Summit Lily now. So that property in itself, but I have also St. Martin who would have to go there and milk cow and have anything. So you didn't participate in that.
I just went for six months.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you went to St. Joseph. Don't forget. All right. So what really transpired that the farm there has been a farm for use for practicals for integrated science and physics and biology and all kind of different things. And the farm has been operational for some time for that specific purpose. The rates and tax itself shows that, well, the property is in the rates and tax is in the name of the St. Stanislaus College, which has here arrears demand of 10,105,000. That's arrears demand of 463,000. That's what it's supposed to pay for the year, but it's a school and it's used for practical purposes. And interest outstanding says $49 million. Now, the situation at hand is that the property is also, even though the taxes is dealt with through the refer to in our system as St. Stanislaus College, the owner of the property is the Jesuit, which is the Catholic Church of Guyana. So this is also not a religious organization who's seeking to clear up their issue and ask for exemption to be granted to them up to the end of December. What's it? Oh, that is December this year. But when they wrote, as they said, December 1st of 2022. So that is what they are seeking. They are asking for exemption for that period and for exemption for the school based on where this property is used. And it's because it's owned by the Jesuit, which is the Catholic Church of Ghana, and it's used really, it's supposed to be used for religious purposes, but in this case, it's used for the school and which falls under educational purposes, which falls under the law itself. So, like the Central Islamic, I'm also seeking get up to the end of this year. So
Mr. Mayor, please, Tom Clark, in writing to these organizations to say that they exempted. It is the standard operational practice of the council since I've been here that these religious organizations that are exempted right between January to March of every year for their exemption. So by the end of the year, we already have the list of all of those who are exempt. So we hope that when we send out this letter to them on the exemption, we ask them to write requesting for 2024 very early. If not, it's going to bank up like years there, and we're going to end up, another council is going to end up with the same problem. But it's supposed to be done on a yearly basis. So please advise me.
Right, okay. So I know that. OTC, you want to say something?
Yes, sir, I would just like to register.
Oh, sorry.
I am not comfortable with this particular transaction because, like I told you before, the owner for that property is in arrangement with another company to sell that property. So I'm really not comfortable with that.
But TC, even if that may be so, even if that may be so, the property is in the ownership of the church for all the years in question. So even if there may be some other transaction outside of that, they have owned it for all the years in question, and they're entitled by law for the exemption required. So until the property but change hands or move to somebody else, only then we can have a That's right.
January to March, so you know the property.
Well, so exactly. So let me get that clear. I want to be clear on this.
Mr. Mayor, the standard property of the council, as far as I'm aware, all these organizations that are exempted from rates and taxes apply to the council between January and March for their exemptions. Okay. So the council will know all of them. They have to have that.
But maybe that's something we talk about, maybe
So
all those persons.
this organization wants to sell us in 2024, and we are aware of the sale, we can stop it. Because the exemption does not extend to the new arrangements.
Right, which we know. Whenever the ownership change hands, those persons will have to pay taxes.
Right.
Right. So what we have before us is a situation where the ownership is in the name of the Jesuit, the Catholic Church of Guyana, and they have been lending this property to St. Stanislaus College for use. And by law, because of where they sit, they're entitled to such exemption. So what is before us is we're asking for a vote to grant the Jesuit and the Catholic Church of Guyana the exemption required so that they can proceed with whatever they have to do. And thereafter, whoever it changes hands to will have to pay the council its rightful taxes applied for the property thereafter. So those in favor of that position, please go by the show of your hands. Sorry, no, don't ask them for another time. I don't want them to put them in. We have enough people putting up their hands. Those against?
Sorry.
No, you can see against TC. You know who put up their hands. Those against? Those abstain? So it's a Councillor Hines, Councillor Harden, and I don't think you guys like religious organizations. No, I'm sure. And he's God, he's Jesus. Yeah. Anyway, TC, I would like these matters to be treated with some urgency, and that these persons get their letters during the course of the week. All right, thanks. Let's proceed. All right. I know. Let me try and push through this thing in from that. So I got this over here and this over here. All right, TC, I got something I'll speak to on any other business, but any other announcements you have?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sir, received some correspondences from the Local Government Commission. The Local Government Commission has approved the hiring of the clerks, and they've since joined the Mayor and City Council with effect from the 1st of December. 2 of the clerks are with the Town Clerk's Department, 1 with the Human Resource Department, and three of them are with the City Treasurer's Department.
You open that for me again, TC. I was a bit off.
Two of them are with the Town Clerk's Department, 1 with the Human Resource Department,
right,
and 3 with the
Treasurer's
Department. There was 1 girl who came for 1 day, then she did not turn up back. When I called her, she said that she received a better offer. Yes. There was 1 other candidate that we called, and she promised that she was going to start with effect from the Monday. However, she did not turn up. As a result of those 2 persons not being able to join, the Human Resource Manager wrote asking for permission for us to hire another 2 persons who were already interviewed, and these 2 persons are 2 who received the highest marks or the highest scores from the interview to replace those 2 persons who did not turn up. This is Miss Kamisa Evans as a clerk 2 general, and Miss Eve Kippins as a clerk 2 general as well.
Yes, I'm hearing you. No, I'm listening.
Oh,
I didn't see people.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were already interviewed at the level of the Human Resource Committee, and other than those that were selected, they received the highest score. So we're asking for permission to hire those 2 persons to replace 2 that we lost. Decision?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, it has to go to LGC. It has to go to LGC.
right, so that's, what was it that you just read to us based on the local government commission response, right? Am I, or that's what you're writing to them now?
I'm asking for the replacement of 2 persons who did not turn up. 2 persons who were approved by the local government commission, but they did not. As a matter of fact, it is 3 persons in all.
So you want to go back to interview for that?
No,
You have other
we're
people?
asking, yes, 2 persons who were already interviewed.
Okay.
We're asking for permission to hire those 2 to replace them.
So, but that will be a decision from the UN. So who's keeping a choose or just you and us?
It's the 2 persons with the highest score.
Highest score. Okay,
Yes.
great. Well, we proceed with that. See, that's fine.
Okay. I received a letter from a warning letter. Sorry, the local government commission approved a warning letter to be issued to Mr. Regan Sobers. That has since been sent to the HR department to be forwarded to him. These are recommendations coming from the council. They've also approved that Mr. Steve Shepard be issued with a warning letter. LGC has approved the promotion of Mr. Raven Benjamin to the position of heavy duty equipment operator, as well as Mr. Leroy Thomas to the position of foreman. Yes, engineers department. Both of them are from the engineers department. LGC responded that they did not approve for the list of constabulary ranks to be issued with warning letters. These are the persons who did not attend the church service held by the city constabulary department. They have not approved it. However, for the list of persons who did not turn up to the muster, those persons were issued with warning letters. Those were approved by the local government.
Must is a must.
Yeah, those were approved by the local government commission.
If you sort of put for muster, the judge. Start to struck it.
Yes.
Not a struck it.
Just no. So excuses, I received excuses from Councillor Ispiani, Councillor Dinarine Singh, Councillor Adams, Councillor Pagu asked to leave at 4:30. And my last announcement, I received a letter from Guyana Revenue Authority like half an hour before I left to come to statutory meeting. I'd like to read that letter for the council in its entirety. Yes, I will. It says, Dear Ms. Nelson, proposal of the council to clear outstanding PAYE. I am in receipt of your letter dated October 30th, 2023, and I have reviewed the contents thereof. Please be advised as follows. Current deductions are due and payable in accordance with the clear provisions of the Income Tax Act, Chapter 8101. That is, on or before the 14th day of the following month. Consequently, your proposal that payments will begin in January 2024 is wholly unacceptable. Based on discussions at the meeting held between the mayor and representatives of MNCC and GRA officials, no realistic and viable proposal has been forthcoming to clear the arrears owing to the Guyana Revenue Authority in a timely manner. Considering the foregoing and the length of time the debt has been outstanding, please be advised that the GRA has no alternative but to commence execution proceedings and to pursue other appropriate enforcement options, which include but are not limited to the sale of properties. Yours respectfully, well, there's somebody signing on behalf of the Commissioner General. I don't recognize that signature. And that's all.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, we are obliged to pay GRA as an employer. I will be very thankful. I think that we were very callous not honoring our obligation to GRA. As a result, I will ask that the Finance Committee meets soon as tomorrow and let us re-examine all the viable options that we have to settle this issue, and so that we can engage GRA with a decent proposal. I think that we can find a solution. And we have to work towards that, Mr. Mayor. My suggestion is for the Finance Committee to meet tomorrow to discuss this.
Tomorrow is not a 26th. Sorry.
Tomorrow is available, sir. And tomorrow? What time?
Or we could meet it
No. Sir, HR committee meeting is planned for tomorrow, but I would say, given the urgency of this matter, that the HR meeting be postponed until Wednesday, and we have the finance committee meeting tomorrow. In addition to that, just a recommendation, given the importance of this item, I'm suggesting to the council that as many councillors as possible attend that meeting in order to give their input. And given that the finance committee is a standing committee, whatever is the recommendation of that finance committee, I would suggest that we execute say.
Yes. Thank you. Noted. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Any other matter there?
No, sir, that's it for me.
All right.
Oh, no, the time for the meeting, can we set it for 10 in the morning?
10 o'clock.
So tomorrow morning at 10, it's a meeting with the finance committee to discuss the letter coming from the Guyana Revenue Authority.
Okay. You see item 3 on the agenda, responses to decision of statutory. 1584. Oh, before I go to 1585, I might. Today is the day for the expression of interest for the accounting thing. Was it, is that today? Is it deadline or tomorrow?
Today? Sir, I believe it's today.
How has that been going? People have been responding to this, to the request. People want to pay for it and want to fly and so on. But going into a box or just going?
Yes, sir. Sir, four persons submitted their expressions.
Right. Okay. 1584, 1585.
decision 353. No, I often stand up here and which one is this? 353. Yes. I often stand up here and lament the length of time that it takes to implement council decisions. But I see here that this decision was implemented within 2 weeks of the from last meeting to now. So I wish to commend the administration on the no really because
You don't usually get them credit. So you're giving them some credit today.
no, because now that it's taken 2 weeks, it just goes to show that decisions can be acted upon in a timely manner. So, thank you guys.
All right. Recommendation is all right. Mark, 15. One minute. 15 and 5. I noted, I remember Councillor Hines posted up in the group the last week, where I think some preempting of the solid waste contract was done. Where I think somebody sent something concerning whatever. I thought was really premature. But I didn't really mind talking it. I just bringing up something. I didn't ask him that. So I know that, and I know that we have to, that matter has to be treated at the level of the solid waste committee at some point, and we will dealt with as we go along. But I saw something there, and I didn't comment. But I know that there was something being going on that should not happen. 1586.
1585, sorry.
We still,
Concentration of seasonal vending.
oh, so you go 1585 into 1586 then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This year, I am concerned with the border market. I know previously that the council would normally give an extension of 3 feet to the stallholders on the road itself. This year, they've decided they will not do that.
In Rock Street.
In Rock Street. The constabulary withdrawing and the language should not go beyond. What has been happening is that vendors have been calling me to say, look, while we are adhering of not going beyond the line, after the chief of a border outpost, whoever is in charge of border outpost, meets at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it is alleged that the constables who patrol the market allow certain vendors to come beyond the line, and it is alleged that they are collecting fees for that. Sir, I promised to go out. I had some pictures sent to my phone with people coming beyond the line. As regards to the collection, I cannot say because I'm not there, I don't know. But what I would hope is that order maintained. I understand that the market clerk, Mr. Adams, is the one who is giving persons the permission to go beyond the line. Let this council decide.
I want you to make anyone.
No, I'm giving the names that was given to me. I have no.
But then we wanted that because we.
No, sorry. When I say I serve in this council, and I'm saying what is reported to me, I'm going to call the names of all the young
I want to have a double scenario.
When the councillor made the statement of corruption, he made a broad statement. I am saying in my statement, it is alleged that this revenue collector is the person who has been given the permission as the revenue collector or market clerk for the extension. I don't know if that's true. But this council must decide if we're going for the 3 feet extension or if we're not. And if we are not, there's no, even though the clerk of markets under the law has some authority, I don't think he would have designated that authority to any clerk on the hill for selective extension. So please, sir.
What I'd like you to do, though, Councilor Green, is the early part of when you spoke, you said that somebody collecting. So I think
No, no, no. Mr. Mayor, I just started here and
I am having this conversation here.
I am very careful with what I say.
So let me
Because I don't say sorry. I say it's alleged.
Let me say it. So I want, because we want to point any finger. Okay? All right. Anybody else on this particular issue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And this is 356 we're talking about, right?
1586. Young no more, you get it old one.
No. Mr. Mayor,
You're not young anymore.
No, that is your interpretation.
Of young no.
I am talking about a Chinese sickness called Yong. You don't know what that is. What I wish to say on this matter, I know we requested a few things to be done in relation to block data. Right. Now, this question of market vending on the streets, it's a sore point for years, and I think we made some movements at the last meeting to get a team of people to address this matter. I want to know what has happened since. Has there been any movement on the decision of the last
Well, hold on. I know we made a decision. I'm not sure if it's in the same zone. Yeah, maybe it was right there. Where we had Mr. Dooney, we had something with information technology manager. Correct. Blocks, yes, it's right there, under number 2. Should be communicated to Mr. Dooney to input the information into an Excel document and a map of vendors. So that is actually here. So, DC, could I get a report from Mr. Dooney on this issue and where we're at on this, and so that we can then determine where else we want to take this. Not where else, we will be taking it forward, but we want to know what was done since that last meeting. You bring a computer with you. You bring a document with you. Yeah, copy there. You have something on the start. Well, or you can speak to it on the top of your head. All right, good. Let me hear you. Nobody could have blocked me there. I show you a thing, but let me hear you. What up? Before you say anything, let me hear your
Made a decision. Any person coming to report to us was not the office. Then the thought was we, at least, we have the document, we can sit and read before you report. So I think that should be the way forward because we agree on the report. Anybody has to come give a report. It must be done properly. And stop disrespecting the policy.
All right, thank you, Madam Sertima, Councillor Sertima. I agree with you that at least I believe that my man, Mr. Adoni here, should be walking not like a baker in this particular case. But he should have had his thing. Even if he had the computer look at the data, we know we're talking about, he should have it here. But we can excuse you. You can excuse it. If you want to bring your computer and tell us what's going on, you can do that. But we can excuse you past this one. But by the time you come next, the come after me and tell me today, which will be minuted in the minutes of the council, we will then hold you to the way you tell us and what else we plan to opt for you to do to bring this thing along with the Treasury Department so that the councillors here can understand what's going on with the vending spots, or seasonal spots, top spots, whatever it may be. But remember how those spots can be answered some questions just too. So let me hear you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. So date, we've had. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. We've had meetings with the officers that were assigned. So I met with the treasurer, and she have assigned some officers to start collecting the information that was asked for by the council, which was A, as we've defined it, the vendors that sell on the streets in open spaces, as we call them, and also store owners who choose to put stuff on the pavement. Those are the two categories of vendors that we're attempting to capture. What we've done so far is define the area with which we're talking about, and those areas have been defined, and we're now putting those into the form of maps. Right? After that, we will then collect the information that is collected by those officers who are now doing those collecting of information. Right? Those information will be brought in, and we will then add that and assign them to the different map areas that will be in the different blocks. Yeah, the different blocks. As you can see. So those blocks are being drawn out now. We receive the information on where's the area of coverage. We're drawing out those blocks now. And they are also in the process of now collecting that information, that estimate that you have set of those vendors in the area. As I've said, there are two categories: the store owners who sell it on the front, and also vendors in open spaces.
So what we would want from you, even though you didn't provide it today, is a council group. So you will send the information as to what you've done based on your draft and how you document your blocks and all of that. You will send that to the top clerk, and the top clerk will forward that to the group, so the persons will be aware of what's going on. So today is Monday.
Yeah.
I'll give you the end of tomorrow.
Okay.
So be able to do that. So you'll be able to put that in place. So at least we know we will then await, progressive reports on how we deal with this issue, so we can get to a full picture as to what this thing is, what is really going on out there, and the kind of money that we're supposed to be getting, so we can match and marry and forecast that information.
Mr. Chairman, if you permit, sir,
Yes.
timeline on this matter is important.
But you were just saying,
Yes, what he's doing there.
right.
But timeline as to when. How long this thing will get?
But here it's gonna be a progressive. I did say
You will
progressive.
get it in time to next year.
So when he put that in, we talk to that, he will progressively get information from those persons, which will then be inputted into that. So we need the force punch or the force pitch. Then we move to the second one, the third. So I would think before January 15th, we should be able to have a clear picture of what's going on, so we can make our own estimation of what's happening. All right? We have from now. Let's go. Okay. 11.
I know where.
We have 11 to the 15th. Before the 15th, when we can, let's see if we're done. We can have information. It's a progressive document that will be put into.
I don't.
That's how Council Green works. Council Fraser, and let me move on.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have to have a standard.
Yes.
The vendors are not beyond the limits of your so at some point we must be able to determine what day and what month, around what time we are to finish this whole exercise. And have it consistent all of it. And so why do you say it's a progressive? We have to continue. It can't be indefinite. It has to be a point where we are stuck. You must say to us, finish all the information you have to the area and you get an idea of what obtains in those areas. You must be able to give us an idea. Look, based on what I'm hearing, what I see, I will give all this information in 1 month, in 2 months.
Yes, we're still here, and thanks to all those who are watching and sharing the live for the Georgetown Main City Council statutory meeting. And it's happening not at City Hall, that is under reconstruction right now, but at the Kitty Market Conference Room. And we have with us PPP Councillor Madam Chase Green. How are you doing? It's good to see
I
you.
am blessed.
As usual, I noticed from being here for the past 2 weeks that you've been very much involved in dare I say, like helping with how a meeting is supposed to be and how you're supposed to deal with the issues in the city as you sit as a counselor.
Yeah, as I said, as a consultant who have been there for some time, I cannot allow matters to go out of order. And you have recognized it's a new council, it's the majority of new councillors, both on both sides, the PPP side and the APNU side. And most of them, in my opinion, has not been reading the law properly to see how meetings are conducted. Say, for instance, this afternoon, even though I would have warned the mayor the last time that he was proceeding in the wrong way as to how you deal with matters if you want to have move the standing order to deal with another matter. The law quite clearly states that no business of the council shall be conducted unless the minutes of the
Previous
previous
meeting have
meeting
been
has been adopted.
adopted.
And even though you're advising him, regardless of how it is, he still doesn't adhere to those rules. And then he complained about people not following the law. But you yourself not following it. There are issues that they base their decision on emotions instead of practical facts before you. And I have a difficulty with that. Um, so I've asked them to do an orientation of counselor.
That hasn't happened this time
That has
around.
not
I heard.
happened.
The
It has
last
not
time,
happened.
well, in 2016, we were given a full
I did an
orientation.
orientation
Yes,
of
we had
counselor. Today
a
that has
proper
not
one.
happened. Many councillors are not aware of all of the assets that the council has.
Oh, wow.
They haven't been even shown some of the buildings that the council has. And so therefore you cannot sit to make a decision if you're not aware of who you are and where you are and what you're about. And so therefore that's a difficult. We're in December. The law quite clearly says that the budget for the upcoming year should have been presented since the
No,
month of November.
November.
They have not even started this.
Oh, wow.
So hopefully in January, the finance committee can meet to deal with it. As you've just heard, there will be an emergency meeting being called tomorrow for the finance committee to deal with GRA.
Mm.
Because GRA says they will execute their order. And so we have to meet tomorrow. How they're going to do it, I don't know. But the council is in a state that I've never seen it before. In all my years being a
Any
councillor,
indication that there's a move towards with those in charge of it towards making it better, operating more
while
efficiently?
their thought might be of making it better, their actions don't do
Okay.
that. Right? Because you can see the decisions that they make. It's not to make a better city. You have the talk, but when you come to make decisions, you don't make those right decisions. They base their decisions on mostly on emotions. If it was my friend, all right, I will bend to you. If it was not my friend, I will deal with it
Even
differently.
in the back and forth between councillors, um, I noticed persons grandstanding, but they have allowed their side to make the disparaging remarks without upbraiding them, and then turn around at the end like I'm the peacekeeper or the peacemaker to, hey, don't do that. We shouldn't do that. But you sat and you allowed yours to do exactly that.
That's it. And as I've said, they have the majority of votes, and so they will always attack the other side who has the lesser amount of votes. It's 90 to 11. So you have that disparity. But I am there and I will continue to stand my ground on the issues that are before us and how we deal with it. I will not, as I said this afternoon, I stand on the side of the officers when a counselor is being very disrespectful to officers. You cannot expect people to respect you if you disrespect them. Officers are here to answer questions to the contract. You cannot say officers corrupt unless you have evidence to show
So
them.
you go through the town clerk, you don't address officers uh, directly as we're having one of the big trucks passes by there. Still here at City Hall with PPP Councillor Madam Chase Green. Just like you're saying, instead of addressing members of the administration directly, you go through the
The
town
contract,
clerk.
right? Councillors report their incidents to the mayor, who will have that discussion with the town. Councils cannot accost officers at a meeting and tell them how they feel like, even though you are the council and they should take instructions from you, it is through the town clerk. You can't direct an officer to do something at a meeting. It has to go through the town clerk. And unless they don't have an orientation course, so councillors can know their role, we're going to have that. You are the mayor this after asking councillors to be respectful to officers when they're at meetings.
You would have learned those rules and regulations. Another that I see, madam, is when councillors are going to their seats and leaving the meeting, they're not even acknowledging the mayor. I always did that. You can tell
We do that.
whenever.
Bows ask to be
Excuse, and when you come back, you acknowledge the mayor.
regardless who the mayor is, the mayor is the mayor. The mayor is there. The mayor has to be respectful.
I remember we were told and shown why and reasons, and I remember doing it. So the first day I'm here and I didn't see it happen. For the times that I looked, I was like, wow,
Because
this is not how it's supposed to be. You are supposed to.
because they weren't told,
Ah,
so they don't know.
that was quite interesting for me, you know. So I know many challenges. You've been in that seat before, and hopefully soon we can have you back in that seat, the red seat, uh, for
For
us.
younger people, while
But when I say that, you understand what I mean.
I'm there, I give my advice. And the thing of it is, the attack on me sometimes in the council is not shouldn't be. You attack me because I decided to make my choice for another part, which I think I am getting to do and to help more with. Um,
You face a lot of the crosstalk and the
I face
derogatory comments and
I
all
hear
of that,
it,
but
but
you they shout as well too,
I
and
do.
you serve too. You don't
I
just sit down and
I don't, I'm
take
not
it
gonna
coming
take it
take it
because
coming at you.
I
But you do believe some of it is
it's
uncalled for.
unwanted. It's
Okay.
uncalled for. Most times it's uncalled for. I don't have a problem, but it's uncalled for. But when I'm going to give it back to you, just accept it the same way as I do.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Of course.
Because you heard them this afternoon, but
I don't really say things, and if someone like I heard someone shout a remark about someone's gate. Oh, you can't walk. Are we going that level so
so
low?
low.
You know.
Why should you attack a man on his medical condition?
Yes,
Physical
I
condition.
heard that one
That's
loud and clear. You know.
uncalled for.
Mhm.
I suppose the level of persons that we are sitting at the table to make the decisions can tell you the kind of decisions the city will have and can tell you the condition the city will be in.
But it's good to have someone with the experience that you have on the PPP side sitting here. You can offer, and you do offer guidance, and of course, institutional knowledge to the younger councillors from the People's Progressive Party. And I know it's a big challenge. Many of them say that many times it's like an exercise in futility, back and forth with nothing much being done. But I know you were there to show them how you can get stuff done, and they've started working in that direction as well. You know, and
As I said together, when we sit here, we sit here for a purpose. We're here for a reason, and the reason is to help the citizens of Georgetown in any constituency. I am from constituency 12, but I still respond to help other constituencies. And that's what we're here for, to bring relief to the citizens in any way that we can. As long as we can do that, I have no problem with anybody.
am I wrong, or would I be right to think that many persons thought you would have done give up on the runaway by now?
I am tougher than that.
And
I'm stronger than that.
they're very surprised to see you still here battling, still doing it.
I am standing here because of my love for people. That's why I'm standing here. Because I see I can get things done in my constituency, I can get things done outside of my constituency. And being a nurse by profession, I've been able to do that.
Thank you very much. Happy to be council, Madam Chair is great. And do have a good one inside. We're gonna take you back upstairs to the statue Terry meeting here at the Kitty Market Conference Room.
Um, 1595, right? Huh? 1598, is that? Yeah, 1598. 1599.
nice or thing.
Go ahead, go ahead. See, I can try one more thing, and then they done. Oh, yeah, the top on the discussion, assistant to Economic Foreign Council, Mr. King of the building.
Sure. Let me see.
I'm hearing you.
Of those farmers that were just there, you might tell that the Merriman Mall had a vision of the presidential park, the park, and other stuff as a box squad. Unfortunately, one night, a guard was there. He was attacked by some social rejects and had his neck slit, bicycle stolen. And from then on, because there's only one guard being placed in the house, they have refused to guard. Those huts were left unattended. Earlier this year, a social reject was using one to cook and live, and it caught fire and some damage was done. All the windows and doors are stolen from those homes. Expense of the council. I am surprised that Mr. Bear was denied the use of a hut based on the fact in the discussions I heard Council Fraser said he know of somebody who would have applied for it before. And I'm giving you the two together. And so therefore it should be rejected. Now it's air, it has been damaged. Two persons would have applied. It would be a way of revenue. You could charge 20, 25, I don't know, is it council to pay to have it, and security for the place at the same time. But he rejected, and I think the councillors agreed. But then he went to Mr. King. And because Mr. King is the king and he was a former town clerk, and maybe a friend of Mr. Fraser, I don't know. He decides, and the council then decides, and the committee members then decided that look, we could agree for Mr. King get it. No, if John can't get it, hold on, I'm coming to you. Mr. King can get it. If John can't get it, the King can't get it. But I'm saying the basis on which it was rejected was you rather it stay there, occupied by the junkies on social media. Damage. Council money is paid to build. I understand also I read in this thing that Councillor Fraser advised the committee that the council once voted that nothing should be built or done on money. At that time, Councillor Fraser did not say to this council, it is honor, may you grudge, when they were thinking about doing a food court. And they wanted all food stands and all of that. We had the issue of who must get it, who mustn't get it. And then we decided that nothing in the building. But 6 months has passed, and anybody could relook. The law says that. could relook at that decision. You don't have to have a two-thirds majority. You could relook at that decision to see if those places could be. One has already been rented for the room, where there's an ice cream parlor. I see no reason why these two people should not. But then he's like, oh, Mr. King could do a joint venture. No, if John can't do the joint venture, okay, but we would prefer if so somebody which are famous would have applied for it and we would easily give it. Like we're easily willing to give away parking spaces to the rich and famous. We're easily willing to do all sorts of things. So are we going to continue to build and to make decisions based on our emotions, on who we think should get it? Councillor Fraser seems, and I have no apologies to make it, seems to be the owner of Merriman's Mall, because Councillor Fraser would have erected a bus, which I have no objection to, but it's placed wrong. Without this consent of the council, the records will show that matter was supposed to come back to the council for its approval, but we were in transition. You went ahead with it and it's there. Nobody. Now this again. But you will leave it there. Social rejects again will once more enter it and damage it, and we get nothing. The city is left in a filthy state. Where are we going?
I hear your passionate plea in relation to this. Council Fraser and then Council Hines.
It was the friends of flying like money spring from.
Councillor, the case brief and one lottery. Move to my lawyer tomorrow.
Sorry.
I don't love that. So I'll have to take my blame part. But sorry, no, I did not direct the bus or instruct the bus to be directed.
No, it was a council decision.
No, it wasn't.
But I acknowledge the order. Let me finish your point, Council Fraser.
And so I had no authority. And so the bus was erected because that was a council decision.
No, it
was a council decision.
No, it wasn't.
And for some other will was made for this bus. But she does not the case. The second thing is, I as a councillor, even if I chair a committee, cannot decide on my own to say that Mr. King must get or Mr. Vera must get. I do not have that authority unless we get a consensus. The decision of that committee is not carried. And as far as I recall, the decision was made that nobody gets it because I raised at that committee, sir. That it was I who raised the motion.
You said why nobody should get it.
No, but she couldn't speak on that.
I did that little reality.
No, sorry, let me finish my presentation, please.
You're gonna answer, you're gonna you wanna continue?
Mr. Mayor and councillors, the use.
You got, hold on, before, in public speaking, people is heckling you and that kind of thing. And you got allowed to spin this situation.
I teach that.
No, we know you teach. I just said that you got allowed to teach that you want to be able to practice. Those are things you got allowed to think on your feet. No, anybody can tell you anything. You got allowed to spin the situation and come around with it. No. So if somebody come up and say something, you can't be offended by it. Councillor Hines.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I recognize you, Councillor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the intervention that I wish to make is contingent on of the comments made by Councillor Green and Councillor. This council that I've been a part of on the last occasion, the last cycle, and now, there have been a plethora of interest expressed to use the Merriman's Mall. And this council decided, inclusive of those structures that are going up between the area you're talking about, that was all taken on board. And we decided at the council that all those persons who say that they have interest would have been examined by the committee and a decision be made in relation to the proposal attached who would be given. These persons that applied were supposed to outline to council what the plans are, say for the various proposals that they were coming to the council with, what they do, how we even looked at the possibility of having GWI and run a line so that for this because I want the thing to be clear, this thing what individual come to apply and then the committee decide, council took a decision.
On a point of order, sir, on a point of order, I would like the council to say exactly where he's talking about. Because what I'm talking about is the guard huts that were built. I'm not speaking about the new erection of the.
You're talking about the entire property and one. I was here too, so I know by that.
Three guard huts that were built and are on the Maryland Hall. That's what I'm talking about.
Three guard were inclusive.
No.
The three guard huts were all inclusive in the proposal that was discussed at council. And we agreed that persons will have to apply and the evaluation be done to make a determination based on what the suggestions are, who will get. And that has to be the proposal outside of the three guard. I think those of us remember that when it comes to these things. And I remember very clearly what was the decision of council.
All right, thank you. Councilor Saab. Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. Now we arrive here again with these issues, these financial issues. It is very simple. If we want to use those data and we want to select people, an expression of interest and we state what is the criteria, we just can't solicit submission like that. We have to establish a criteria. It comes in, you have a period, you evaluate, time chose with it, that is it. Simple. These spontaneous and people when we are not transparent. Thank you. Thank you.
Went on the property and started to work before addressing the council. So because he take the council trust and started to work without inform the council he want to use it. But after that, he started to work applied already before Mr. King. So at least he started to work without the proof council. He applied before Mr. King. Then Mr. King come after and applied for him. You understand what's going there. So because of the late application of Mr. King, but already Mr. Beer was already, but he started to work on the council property before and asking the council to use the property.
Thank you. All right. What I can say, I heard Councilor Saul and I naturally would like to lean in that direction. But before we even go there, because the nature of these things, and I don't think fancy thing you got is a big set of stuff that you want to treat it from not tendering and what I could assume, and I heard from Green on this, that the way in which we went about trying to make that decision, or the decisions to refuse those persons and the justification for it is not good enough. So in addition to those persons who were refused in this case, some other persons who may have applied, I think I hear that from Councilor Hines, as well as other persons that we put it out for them to apply for these different 1, 2, 3, I think it's three guards. Let all those persons come back into the be referred back to the committee, and then we'll see what decision come out of that, and we'll set it. But those persons will also be considered as well. Yeah. Right. So that is the position of this. That's the decision of this council in relation to that. Those in favor, please do by the shoulder.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I would agree with what you said, but in the case of Mr. Pierre, who did us a good deed, I would suggest he be the first preference.
What he did, I don't know.
In terms of cleaning the place, keeping it good, and so forth. I think he
But
should be.
that will be considered in this application. And that will be considered in the application because, yes, he was being a good smarter.
Yes.
All right, but let's let everybody go back in the past.
Yes.
I will cover the part. So let them matter, those two persons and any others will be considered based on the application, or whoever gets it gets. All right? And that's the decision of this council, right? Yes, sir. 1999, can I have a mover? And then a second, Councilor Mason. I have 1600. 1601, 1602, 1602, 1601, 1601. Councilor, it's really both. Mayor.
I've been reading this report, and it's quite
elaborate,
quite alarming too. The implications that 70% of our revenue goes towards our payroll, $100 million a month, and also that our
which page you on?
I'm on 1602 and 1602, between 1602 and 1601. Both of them. If I can just read from the report. I'm quoting 1601. I'm quoting the human resource manager acting. She explained that some staff of the council are being paid to do nothing as their job description does not contribute towards any of the existing services that mayor, city council, and the city of Georgetown are currently providing. She further stated that some senior officers are transferring their duties to middle management, but transferring their duties to senior staff. She expressed that this is not that she is not satisfied with the output from some superiors of the MSCC of Georgetown. Reading this and comparing and keeping in mind $100 million a month that goes towards our payroll, and considering that in the opinion of our human resource manager, that many people are being paid to do nothing, that I didn't notice that this report had any recommendations with this, but she recommends that there be a restructuring of the MNCP in terms of admin. And I would like to propose, or I would like to ask council. I would like to ask council to weigh in on this, because we can't be spending $100 million a month on payroll, given that we're so cash strapped. We can't meet our obligations to PAYE when people's job descriptions, they're being really paid to do nothing. So either we reduce the bloat, or we put them in positions that are productive and that can offer services to our community. As it is, I don't see a recommendation coming out of this report, and I really would like council to weigh in on this so that we could move forward with this. A company, if this were a company, this would have been liquidated and wound up long ago. I don't see how we can continue paying $100 million in payroll. Again, not to belabor that point, and to have people being paid to do nothing.
Thank you. Councilor Hines.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just start by commending my friend for the information he gave. But I wish to say, sir, that at the level of the human resource meeting that we've had, the undertaking, it was given by the human resource manager in recognition of the disclosure that she made at the statutory meeting. This is an exercise that is needed. And as far as we are aware at the level, I didn't see it here. That exercise has been started. She has started to do that work. The first area she has done that is in the Treasury Department. And she's moving by department because the council have recognized that we got a lot of people in motion, but they're moving. They're marking time and sweating one place. They're doing nothing. So that evaluation, which she has undertaken, would give us an indication that as to the amount of people that we will need in each of the departments, and to be made and to make them useful. We're not going to be going to expend all this kind of money and have people who will just then wait on the council. So that exercise has started.
Counselor. I hear that the exercise has started. I really would like to perhaps set some deliverables or some milestones. So this seeing that budget 2024 is coming up soon, and these efforts should inform our budget. So maybe if we can set some deadlines, some milestones, and deliverables to this, it would go a long way. No, it would be, but now council needs to know.
Listen. Let me get one meeting here. Councilor Alfonso, you didn't indicate that you were speaking or quoting the your speech plan. Guide me where you were talking.
It's on page.
It's at 1601.
1601.
1601, yes.
The third paragraph.
Tell me where. I want to know. Third paragraph of 1602, is that?
1601.
Oh, yeah, 1601.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was looking for it. I hear you, and I believe your sentiments is echoed around the council and the auction table here as well. I think I came and I met this system. We recommended in times before as to what we would like to treat with at the level of this wasn't Treasurer's Department. This was before, this was Engineers Department, where we have also a lot of persons there that we wanted to treat with. Maybe we at the market level. So what really happening here at the level of the council is that you have these different departments, but you also got all these sections, which really and truly should not be, they're crisscrossing. I think myself and Tom Clark had this discussion the other day where we feel we need to amalgamate different one thing into two and determine where, because at the end of the day, what we really need is people, 60 people in the area cleaning those alleyways and drains and those canals that we need, and us as councillors offering some oversight and based on a structure or work plan or a calendar of events by the engineer to deal with these issues. So really and truly we have a major challenge, but we'll have to look at it. When I look at the structure itself from at the Treasury Department and even engineer and other places, we have missing persons or a person who are not, who's on the list stating that we got to fill this. I don't know that we got to fill it. So enough of these things, we can make them absolute in the next budget cycle. Determine that we got to cater for all of this, and then we got to figure out how we need to cater for what, and how we need to not necessarily downsize, but get a nicer, fitter, size budget that will be able to allow for us to be able to deal with issues. We let the local government commission also know what is our plans, so we can get people out there to deal with our matters. Because I strongly believe, be the man in Boston, but Boston needs some more people. The engineer department needs more people, but not people in the office. People out there in the streets, and I think most of us would realize that, and we have to treat with those issues. But let us meet based on these recommendations. I see Jarek is the one who started this, right? Just a minute. I'll show you. Jarek's the one who started. I think she's at the Treasury Department at this time, but it now
Sir, she has completed the Treasury's
right,
department.
which I know she's finished.
Yes, I believe the next department that she'll be looking at is the City Engineers Department.
That's very important, critical. So let's look at that. I think the Tom Clark department need more people than least, but we can also consider every place, so we can look at all that we need to treat with and really right size this place so that we can treat with matters and to get the kind of results that we need that is necessary. So I heard you, Councilor Alfonso. I don't know if you need to say anything else to deal with, but I think somebody else wanted to say something before you.
Before.
Okay, great.
I agree with everything you've said. I just would like to exhort the council to set some timelines.
Yes, that's your. He stole the thunder. He said timeline. Yeah. So
what I know for sure, this next meeting you have here on Wednesday, the Human Resources is also discussing that. It's also discussing that report of the human resource and treating with the treasurer and whatever else. I guess if you have the time, please make the time to come out to that and to share your views so that we can treat with these matters, because I can say to you, we as councillors here want action, we want production, we want results. I've always been a result-oriented person all my life. So sometimes I wonder how I get involved in this kind of thing. We got riddling in the mud and then coming out. You know what I mean? So if I, and like we have other like-minded councillors who are willing to treat with these issues, we'll be able to make those decisions. However, I'm gonna finish with this. That these are things you also got to talk with the union and so on, because they come with these arguments in relation to this as to why we right sizing this and so on. But at the end of the day, we as a council got to know what we could pay, what we could afford, what we could deal with. And we got to treat with those matters in the best interest of the people and the citizenry of the country. So I implore you guys, councillors, to turn up on Wednesday and find some time to discuss that. And as we get the other departments, we'll be able to treat with it leading to the budget period.
Sir, one thing I heard you mentioning to encouraging the councillors to come to that meeting. However, the HR manager, Ms. Jerry, has called to ask if we can have that meeting next Tuesday instead. She's currently on leave.
She wants to be part of that.
Yes, she was going to attend the meeting tomorrow. She set aside some time to attend that meeting. However, she won't be able to make it on Wednesday, so she'll be back by Tuesday. She's asking for the meeting to be held next Tuesday at 10.
Do you feel? We can set for Wednesday. So next Tuesday is fine. All right, next Tuesday is fine, so that we can get the input of Ms. Jerry, who is the one who's leading this process. All right, next Tuesday, 10 o'clock. All right. Madam Chairman, you okay with that? Very good. All right, we should proceed. 1601, 1602, 1603.
Where's the regular list of the ballots?
I see it, you know, when I did, you want to raise it, I'm a little concerned about it.
If you don't get a concert, you want to.
Oh, they don't get killed. No, but they get killed.
You get killed, man. No, it was
I got killed, Garrett.
Right. Gotta be easy to bring it back in. You know, Mr. Mayor, I just
no, maybe now you get up and say something else, you know?
Larry, trying to kill me. I don't know why Mr. Ryan keep bringing this up. I think, and compared to the private contractors who collect 500. There is no way. We talk about rates and taxes. We use rates and taxes, but the rates and taxes is when we were doing water and property. No, we don't do water, but we still call it rates and taxes. We still pay water rates, we pay taxes. So Mr. Ryan should never bring this thing back to.
But he didn't make a decision on it anyway. So nothing happened. So.
Yeah, we did.
But he made no decision here.
There, but it should not even have been here again.
That's it.
It should not even have been here.
No. Not if he was really throwing the cast to see what fish he catch, but he catch nothing. He catch nothing. All right. 1603, 1604, 1605, 1606. Oh, sorry. He made some notes along the way. 1606, 1607, 1608, 1609.
1609, and you go to 1610 for that.
Nah. I know I saw the man say something.
I know.
1610.
1609, sir. And the question on 1611. Listen, when I read this, I see my
1610.
Yeah?
When I read 1609, 1610, and then I went to 1611, and I saw recommendation, and I'm appalled. But as I would say, the person who attended this meeting is not aware about information. They don't have all the information. And so therefore, I stand here. If Mr. Douglas The committee recommended Mr. Douglas should rescind the memorandum he sent and give an apology to the council. The committee also recommended that the memorandum of Mr. John Douglas filed at the local government be retrieved. But sir, if it was for the goose, it is good gander. And if Mr. Douglas don't got to be rescinded, all I'm gonna do for Mr. Ryan and I hope no must be rescinded. Whatever, all Mr. Narayan must be retrieved. All. It's unfair. I been here, I know. And it's just the committee that nobody was not. That you know who gets sent home from the local government and who had nothing to do with the money bag. The treasury department with the money bag. Who couldn't be found for 2 months. And he never reported it to this council. Not until it was found in the vehicle. Then they gave Mr. Fu get out of there for the money. Mr. Fu was sent home unceremoniously. And you tell me Mr. Douglas now was retrieved? Hello, retrieved? The file must stay. Everything must stay. It is total disrespect. Mr. Douglas, come here. Very disrespectful to this council and ask and answer us. And we have to pull him up. Very disrespectful.
Well, we treated with that matter at the level of the last.
I am saying so. I stand. I ain't got no blue. I got no blue.
Slow down. I need to understand this recommendation. My understanding of this recommendation and this Madam the Mayor have to speak to me. It says here the committee recommended that Mr. John Douglas should rescind the memorandum he sent and give an apology. Now to say that the committee also recommended that the memorandum from Mr. John Douglas filed the local government commission be retrieved. Meaning what? You have to pull it back?
Yes, sir. Sir,
why was that done? No, hold on. The mayor please answer.
Sure. Let me get that information on the
Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, a letter was presented, a case was presented before this committee relative to Mr. Douglas Lynch. In that he was insubordinate, in the fact that he wrote the TC, the tone of the letter, if you read the report, is one that would not be accepted in norms as a public servant, you ought not to. But then we also had to look at what happened. We as managers and administrators working with staff look at several aspects in how people behave when they write. The whole letter, as I said before, the tone was bad. This was dealing with a specific issue, not all that went on before. The discussion was relative to him being rude to the TC. However, if you get a copy of the letter that Mr. Douglas wrote the TC and said the tone was bad, and then he went on to say in his letter his mental capacity. Around that context, how he wasn't attending anymore. His tone, and I said it was wrong. I said it was wrong. However, the committee agreed, we as a committee, as we discussed it, I allowed everybody to elaborate. I never dealt on past history because I wouldn't come to this council knowing past history. Those things are not ventilated. You come with an issue and I deal with that. And so we asked, and we all agreed that look, the letter, we were told, the letter that was sent relative to being rude to the TC, that's what we spoke about. Not his whole file. Yeah, to be retrieved. To be retrieved. Let's speak.
Are you saying that is based on the apology?
On the apology, and it's not going to be retrieved if an apology is not extended. Because Mr. Douglas shouldn't be allowed to be rude to any subordinate. And even the TCS knows. But he's also saying he has issues. And when you ventilate all that happened, even he was wrong before, what should happen? Let the LGC deal with Mr. Douglas and get him off this job if he's not competent. And if we cannot work with him. We cannot be having a back and forth. And I come and I recognize that there are my staff, but yet you have a back and forth between the commission and admin. No, deal with an officer, you have to get rid of him, get rid of him. Let's not be back and committee comes and they deal with the issue, and when you deal with it, you come to full council, it's not as if we didn't do a proper job. No. 1, 2, 3, warning letter out.
Before, what I would like to proceed to TC is based on the deputy's position on this, and she, as chairman, dealt with those matters. Did he write you an apology? No?
Yeah, something.
Say yes.
Want to read it up?
Sir, on the 27th of November, I received a correspondence signed by Mr. John Douglas. The subject said, refusal to attend meeting. He said, after carefully reviewing my letter and listening to the views expressed at the Human Resource Committee meeting, I write to rescind my previous letter and to apologize. In retrospect, I should have attended the meeting in spite of reasons given not to treat. Yours respectfully, John Douglas.
So he has written, based on that happening as well, and he has followed the procedure that was recommended.
Yes.
In such a circumstance, I would think that in this case, we could ask for retrieval of, that thing. But in that regard, we can surely do that. But it also, should we also leave a note?
That's why they buy mash big market.
So I said, leave a note that say that any further repercussions of this nature will be treated with, and he will have to pay the full consequences of such an action. All right. And put no to speak to that. Right, easy.
Sir, is that an amendment to?
An amendment to this decision.
Please have it, I'm not in agreement with that. Not recording, I don't agree with that.
So give me the recommendation now.
Officers, Commissioner Mayor, officers, a strong warning letter. Anything of such warning letter.
A strong warning letter in relation to this issue and any further reoccurrence will we will take the matter, extent.
You should be warning letter. You should be warning letter.
All right. So that's a decision of the council that yeah. You move on this now.
I heard the check was coming with a warning letter. Human resource. A warning letter, right? The mayor was recommending a footnote.
A footnote which speaks of a warning.
For a warning. In that, we were retrieving the first letter that sent off to the document, right? But it's fine. And then that warning letter footnote will be entered in the file. Yes. If any more behavior like this after, then we will.
Yes.
Okay.
It's clear. You want to vote that? You want to vote that? Those in favor of that position where the outside of the matter being retrieved or the file being retrieved or the note being retrieved, we are saying that he must also be served with a warning letter for any future consequences of his action, of such action. I don't know if we just made an addendum to the decision and we proceed.
It's an addendum.
Any further recommendation? Well, we just carried it. Those in favor of the hearing of this recommendation, Because a hearing counselor, of course, is speaking to, not wanting to bear it. So those in favor of bearing the letter and speaking to a warning letter and speaking to him having consequences of his actions in the future, please nobody show your hands.
So just before I vote.
No. Those against? Those in an abstention? You an abstention? Good. Let's move on.
We got, sorry, we did not get one person abstain. Can I see the hands again of those who abstain?
Abstain. No.
Six persons abstain and against. One person.
Okay, against is down.
One.
And the rest in favor. So that is carried. 1611, 1612. 1613. 1613. That's the end of that, right? Can I have a move on? I see Councillor Eileen. And I see Councillor Bipa. Eileen, Councillor Eileen. I'd like to pronounce it in English fashion. 1614. 1615. DC, I would like to raise something here. At the bottom, which is under any other business of this report. I know that you have been our chief executive officer, so to speak, of have been doing a fabulous job in relation to all our court-related matters, as well as turning up to these matters either on Zoom or also in person whenever it's called. But I've been having some discussion with some of my colleagues on this issue. They've raised the question that they also would like to be very much parcel of those hearing. And I myself, I know you, I trust you on these matters, but they suggest that myself and another one, the members of the Legal Affairs Committee, be part of it so that we could be on the same page as you. So while you also listen to those cases, we also could bring up a position on the matter based on as councillors. So we have proposed that myself as mayor, along with Councillor Saul, be members of that panel to treat with matters of the whenever we have appearances or at court, we either must be sent the link or so told if we could make the time to come to court.
Sure.
All right. So that's the decision of this council. Those in favor of that position? Sure. Guys have it.
Sure.
Those against, sorry. There's no abstention.
Yes, I abstain.
You abstain? Okay, good. The ayes have it. You don't listen to better focus on this meeting, right? Can I have a mover and a second up for this? So moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor David. No fall asleep on this work, Mr. Rock. 16, 16, 17, 16, 18, 16, 19, 16, 20, 16, 21.
16, 21.
What? 16, 21. 16, 21.
Recommendation on this matter. Item number 7, illegal activities of fuel removal from the review pump and scenes from health. So, this matter is recommended to be restored. I don't know what is difficult here. There constabulary report of the matter who is involved. What are you reporting to? What are we sending to? How much fluid was removed? Approximately how many gallons of fluid was by whom? Or what time it was removed?
Based on the question posed by Councillor Green, could you shed some light on this?
Sir, unfortunately, I cannot remember the details of that report, but a report, an investigation, as a matter of fact, was done by the City Constabulary Department, and that report was presented to the City Works Committee. The City Works Committee, after reading that report and having a discussion, decided that it should go to the Human Resource Management Committee for disciplinary action. So that report, again, the investigation report, will be sent to the Human Resource Management Committee. Councillor Fraser is the chairman for that committee. I'm not sure if we can recall a little more details, but maybe he can shine some light on it.
Sir, by reason, what is here before me, the committee recommended that the item be sent to the resource committee for input on the matter. What input? Sometimes it's now saying disciplinary action. If it is for disciplinary action, should clearly state here, based on what is found from the investigation and the discussion, it is now placed before you. Disciplinary action.
Councillor Fraser, so go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we looked at that matter, read the reports. We asked the very question that Councillor Chase Green just raised. In our view, we couldn't point anything to tell you. We couldn't point at time when the fuel was removed. We couldn't say what amount of fuel was left in the container at the particular time when we presumed the discovery of the that fuel was missing. Sir, after taking on those into consideration, what we believe is to be decided it's not a matter for us. It's not a matter for the police because the police have to go and investigate from some point. And there was no point. They couldn't say exactly at such a point there were 12 guys that was marked as a so when we returned, these were the person on duty. And we returned it down to 5 gallons. So these persons on duty must be able to give a call. Those things could not be defined. And so we said, look, it's not about us. And maybe the human resource community. We want to look at the matter. They might have to we have to do it. That's what we said.
Yes, I wish to add one thing that the chairman has said.
I will be added an answer, right?
No, the question. What we have recognized as a committee that there was some evidence of negligence.
Evidence of negligence.
Well, I guess.
Evidence in general.
Yeah.
Evidence in general too.
No, we can't find fingers to know about the chairman.
So that means we having a gap in the matter on this issue.
Yes, sir.
There's a gap. There's a gap.
An incident at the court. An incident at the court. We have looked at the report of the constabulary in all respect, and we could not possibly that this is the person to be blamed for what happened. But the committee recognized that in the circumstance of the evidence report that there was some degree of negligence, and we could not appoint a person. We point out the human resource order, and
keep the ball on the road. Is what we need to find to get to here, and I'm deciphering that from the discussion we have, is that this should happen again. It happen again. What we do, we just, so, so far, are you aware of what I and you know, this is an administrative issue. So tell us from your understanding what happened here, but what we could do to remedy.
NDI. So I believe that there should be some recording of when how much fuel is actually issued. It should be recorded in a book, and maybe at the end of every shift. I'm not sure if that is done, but at the end of every shift, that should be noted when the handover is being done. So we know how much gas or how much fuel, sorry, is handed over to the next person, and that person would also be followed. So should something like this happen in the future, at least we would have an idea of when exactly this happened.
So you put measures in place to deal with this.
Sir, if the council has any other inputs, I'm open to that, but I believe that the law book is very important.
Right. So it's a manual remedy based on the law.
Yes.
I hear Jacob, you recommend something else differently. Councilor, would you recommend what? And here you, Councilor. You, Councilor, President. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things is, I would to that we must have some here. Container that includes the story have market, so that only you can know exactly there must be some visible area where you have some stick mark. So when you put that stick in the tap, you must be able to see what among the food. You didn't make that.
Okay. All right. I guess like I said, it's an administrative issue. Doctor to take stock of this to your various officers and ensure that we don't have this kind of situation happening. All right. 16, 21, 16, 22.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, 16, 22. I just noticed that observation here. 16, 24, and then I went back.
Yes, we're still here at the Kitty Market. Upstairs in the conference room is the Mayon City Council's first statutory meeting for December of 2023. And I'm here with PPP Councillor Mr. Dion Young. Good afternoon. How are we doing?
Good afternoon, brother. Still in the fight, still fighting for the residents of Georgetown. And I don't know how long this is going to continue, but I think, and this is what is needed, the residents of this city needs a better leadership
Than what is being given.
than what is being offered by the leadership.
Is it that bad? I mean, you're part of it, so you get to see.
The thing is, because you got a bigger number, you're opposing for the wrong reasons.
Oh.
And you're coming with a political agenda every time, and to accuse, and get nowhere with these things. You blame everybody except yourself. And people will look, councils come out and will go on to tell you, look, you know what happened? Forever, Georgetown is being controlled by the APNU or the PNC, like we said.
All the time.
All the time. And it's getting nowhere. Look what happened this afternoon. One of the councils stand up and make a whole fabrication, or blaming the local government commission and all these kind of things. as though the local government commission is only working from 2016 coming. Well, maybe that's the still. You know, maybe it's only that we getting some action
from 2020 coming
from
coming
2020
forward.
coming.
Yeah, you
You
know,
know,
and so how challenging is it for you in that climate where everything is politicized, even if you have a great idea and a great input to make, is that accepted or it's always challenged and just opposed?
one of the things to note, right? If you speak with most of these councillors, or meet them on the road, because we traverse and we catch up, right? Some of them got some great ideas and they would come, you know, but when they come to meeting, when they come to this council, when they come to this archery table, it's a different thing. See, they gotta look at this one to vote. They gotta look at this one to vote. You know, they can't make a form stand.
Well, I believe I have had experiences of such where you caucus outside of council with councillors and you explain your ideas and say people say yes and when it comes to a vote, what happens is that that person breaks away and just forgets about all of the discussions and all the good reasons for why you want to do what is it that you propose and seeking their support at the horseshoe table.
And you could see to the action because look, all those in favor, they would raise their hand, you know, looking like they're not certain, and, you know, deep down inside you see, you know, they don't mean this, but they gotta carry the political agenda, whether it's wrong or right.
Well, I know you may not mind it, but I've heard you receive a few uh, cross
Yeah,
banter.
no. The thing is this, you can't want a place in the sun, don't expect blisters.
True.
Question these things is minor thing. My focus is, you know, what happened? How I could be a part of the development of the city. How when we look back down the road, because I was able to say, you know, what happened? I made a contribution towards this. My party made a contribution toward this. This council I sit on made a contribution to this. This is what you want to do. You don't want to be tugging and pulling for the wrong reason.
So using the energy to work towards bettering the lives
the energy, do positive things.
in the city.
Bring relief to the city. You know, one of the best things for us right now in the city is the intervention the government is making. If you look what happening right now, it's one of the ministry cleaning the city right now. One of the ministry cleaning the city because the city can't do it. City can't do it. So I don't know. Look,
it's a hard
task ahead, but
you have
it's
to
gonna
do it.
happen.
You have to do it.
It's gonna happen.
You've been given the mandate by the people to do it.
Exactly.
Through your party as well to get it done.
To get it done.
Well, I wish you all the best because when our councillors do good, it means the work is being executed in the city for residents to feel the benefit and have the benefits of better working conditions, better living conditions, and everything else.
The residents themselves need to ask for more, ask for better. Don't accept something because it's a political nature.
You only see your councillors around elections time. You see the PP councillors all the time. All the time. And candidates around. You only see your councillors when they come and ask for a vote and then they're missing right now. And many persons that didn't get the full support, they got support, so thankful for the support, didn't get the full support to be a part of the council are still fixing problems in communities that should be directed to the elected councillor of such a community. But I know persons who are happy to play that role. They're not saying, oh, well, they should, or directing people go to that person or anything like that. They're doing it, right? But I'm just pointing it out.
Just to mention a few, just to mention a couple. This, Tricia Richards, Andre Jackman, a couple of other persons who were put forward as our councillors, and they did not come to council on this go around. But they are in the fields working. You, right? You know what happened, and you're still working every day as if though you were a councillor. Then what would have happened if you if the resident give you that support? What would have happened?
We look forward to more support in the future. We look forward where the PPP will be in control of the 15 constituencies in Georgetown, and where rapid and proper and much needed development could happen the click of a finger to get it going. Not the political posturing where you fight against someone just because they're not of the same political color as
As
you are.
you are.
You know, so thanks very much, and I certainly hope the food come around.
Yeah,
And
man,
you move a little better
moving more
than
on it,
nomination day.
and
I
move
must
better than nomination day.
I must
I'm gonna
say
be running the next time
the
around.
next time around. Thank you very
Yeah,
much. And have a good one. We have PVP Councillor Mr. Dion Young with us here. We're at City Hall. I believe they're about to wrap up the meeting. They would have completed the reports, but they may have some questions and any other business. So we take you back upstairs. Mr. Jones is in charge.
The so this is why we're doing it. See how it is structured so that we get our piece, right? Yeah, but what about this person here will be approving somebody here? Now, okay. Stop. Okay, we had 1623. All right. Unauthorized building works and fixing down the Martin Court. 16, 16, 16, 16.4. Go ahead. Item 15. I look at this area and I recognize this area. It's not, it does not allow me access to more area Q. Yeah. You mentioned the construct again, the area Q. It's a community. Seriously, the community that people use for investing in this. I can understand. Right? But I mean, it's a consultation anyhow. I don't know anybody in the area. If it could be comfortable with it, I don't see why it should happen. But I mean, that's thank you. But that's not guys to go gardens. Yeah.
You can't put no gate inside your body.
The committee recommend item 89.
Yeah. Yes.
But really and truly, the area could really and truly do it again. But since it's denied, it's denied.
Yes. But please, thank you.
But I'm of the view that
security reasons, those gates need to be. If it's just the if it was like Lamaha Park, Lamaha Garden.
Precisely.
That we had where there was a gate, blocking one community from entering the other. Sorry, yes.
We have the gates.
Right. And then after the council would have agreed to that gate, and then after the council would agree that that gate should be moved.
Right.
Because for more than one reason. But if it's not a gate that will block one community from entering another community, and it's a gate placed for security reasons, I don't see why it is
Guys, you know, anybody know what it is? Yeah. I tell you.
Security reasons, why should it
It's been pretty just to be easy. That's a in and out. There's nobody coming. Right. So why is it that then that consideration, proper consideration, should not have been given to this it's set up for you to, if they're blocking nobody, if they want like tourists and garbage and other area, it's one area. Why wasn't this considered? I can't understand. So please,
I want
Mayor, the committee was we found consensus on a decision that is here. This committee, this statutory body can overrule.
Right.
But we have found consensus, we agree in principle, why it shouldn't be given, why it shouldn't be given. And
the council need to know.
But what were those considerations? Because I don't seem to have all of it here.
I wish to explain. Yes, I wish to answer to what my friend was. What I'm going to add is that when this matter was raised, we took account of the process and the incidents that occurred during the period when there was Lamar Gang and when Lamar Springs. Lamar Springs, plus Lamar Garden. Wait, hold on, I'm right. Lamar Garden. When they established Sophia and those kind of communities, there was a disposition of persons who had properties in Lamar Gardens to say, look, the frequency with which trucks and minibuses and people kept traversing through there, they had wanted to put. I remember the story well that Councillor Green was referring to, that they were saying, look, we want to put up a gate in this place. And there was a long debate over back and forth on it. And eventually, the council agreed that since the community is contingent to other communities, there are not to be no gate because they were putting up restrictions that trucks and all those things. And similarly, these people who are in area Q, which is in my constituency, they have access that is contingent to other areas. No. Area,
not in this area. It's not contingent.
Area Q is contingent to other development works taking place west of the convention center, going south. So, I even know that
when you make pronouncements on issues like this, you have to have been there. You have to know it. That's
I walk that area.
That area got one entrance in and out.
But I'm saying to you, sir,
you're not right. You have to go nowhere.
So what I'm saying is that currently, that is the status. But I'm saying that developmental works contingent to the existence of that community are in progress. Why say that? It is in progress.
I think in cases like this, when you have doubt, you go visit.
No, I walk around. I visit every house in that constituency. Every home.
I thank you.
I visit every house in that
constituency. The judgment call on this one was they had enough basis to be able to make that decision.
I don't agree.
And I'm saying that, it's an easy issue. It's an issue where they got crime, they got this, everybody's driving in and out that place. And yes, and you got a place like Bel Air Garden, which is similar. You have Bel Air Springs that is similar. And that we didn't take enough things into consideration when we dealt with this matter. So I'm saying that I'm putting to this council on this floor a position to reverse this decision and grant people the approval necessary based on the concerns that they have, particularly this issue. So those in favor of reversing this decision and granting the approval to this community to have this in place, do by the show of your hands. No, it's a recommendation you guys made, not a decision of the council. The council makes no decision. Those in favor of reversing that decision. Those against? How did others know this?
You have a number one people coming and trying to do the same.
All right. So this is a democracy. See, this is a democracy. All right. So what we're trying to do here is find a solution to this issue and vote on it. So those in favor of reversing this decision, please do by the show of your hands. I'm sure I have TC.
I'm sure I see more than 6.
I'm sure got 9.
9, 6, 7, 8. The numbers keep going up.
Those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Those against? You got 3 persons now.
4, 5, 6, 7.
My man upstairs. How much have TC?
7.
All right. And those in abstention? The abstentions are there. So the vote to reverse the decision has been carried. All right, TC, let's move on.
No, if you, sir,
That's Councilor Ford. 1 minute.
Mr. Mayor, about that vote,
1 minute. Huh?
about the vote, Councillor Solomon is voting in against.
No. On a point of order. On a point of order, sir. After you close the vote,
Oh, sir. Sir, it's 8, and 3.
8 and 2.
Where's the vote? Where's the vote?
8 and 2. So, 8 and 3. Let it go back to the committee.
No. It's 8 was a type.
You want to vote?
It's not reconciled.
Sign up, I voted in favor. You voted already, ma'am. No, I have an extra one.
Point of order. If you have a vote, 8, 3 abstention, you have to have a tiebreaker, and the chair of the committee has the right to
Y'all tell me where y'all want me to. I'm already in favor. So we shall proceed with the reversal of that decision. All right. You want to say something? Like 1624. 1624 to the town clerk, to the deputy engineer. John Lewis, New Market Street, this is a very, 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 very critical issue. So 1624, the issue of John Lewis, New Market Street and Breakdown. So the engineer through TC, the he states if the sees work already went out the following day, that is one. He also states if the city engineering department did a follow up to ensure that indeed those works would have stopped and not continued. So, Mr. Engineer.
Mr. Watson.
I wish to report that the cease order was served on John Lewis at Waterloo Street on the 1st of December.
1st of December, what time?
That would be approximately 5:30 around that.
5:30.
Yeah, around there.
You sure the man get out?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm excited.
right.
The other location.
No, let me go to the other location just now. Let me deal with this location. Let me hear outside of the 1st of December, what else was done? What are backup checks to verify these people are building? What we know for sure, because I have also checked with the Central Housing and Planning on this matter, and it's clear that this also only built up to 4-story. They didn't get nothing else. So I see the guy have 5, and I also told you sometime last week when I was driving past there that if you can go in. So what is going on with that? Because we not enforce and take or constabulary to lock up some of the people who are building up.
Mayor Council, after this concern was solved, we can't call that works will continue. However, we never found the evidence of that. I even checked back this afternoon before I came to this meeting. There was no one on site to speak to concerning the construction. So we will continue to monitor that area with respect to any other works continue. With respect to the number of floors, I mean, we have a convention we would use ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, right? And then the roof. This is what was before. Third and roof. So the developer is building according to that arrangement. The developer is building according to that arrangement. That is on the plan that I made reference to. And any other convention would be referring to something other than what we're looking at with regards to the.
But listen, I don't know, you could, we get it from it, but I know it's always been forced, floating this block, floor sports, floor.
Ground for second story.
All right, ground floor, but tell what, something in the, even if it's ground for second story, then he got drive by in the first place. He had to have gotten approval from the central. That approval had to be taken to central housing rather than us giving it to them. And certain things come with the territory where it's going to be. Ground for second story, even if it's gates or you want to 1, 2, 3, 4. But I hear it, he never got it back. All right, I'm hearing that. Then you have a situation where I said, all these people playing broken up, wrong place, for whatever reason they are. And then now he's going in the fifth one. So ground for second third, which becomes a fourth story in a way then, if you want to say it's a fourth story. I have the plan sent as I asked Central Housing to provide it to me. And it never said what you say. It says, it didn't say ground. It says clearly 1, 2, 3, 4. What I'm hearing from you and others who are trying to promote this issue, it says ground 1, 2, 3, and then you come up with another 4 there, so what makes it 5-story. That's what will allow for the man for getting 5th story. And if you, how you get a 5-story anyhow, when you never even like anything above 3-story, you gotta put certain things in place. So I don't know what the justification around this, but it's obviously making sense. Let me hear from Councilor.
Sir, to note, why the engineer would have said that on the site visit, he did not walk with reports to justify even as much as being inclined here. Secondly, we would Ms. Councilor Fraser would have asked for a detailed report presented to this council before the next statutory meeting, so we'll know how we're going forward. Had that report been compliant as yet?
No. The Mayor and Councilor, that report is still in progress because emphasis is being on the distribution of delivered notices. So that technical report is still in progress.
I have a document that my phone with Central Housing sent me on this particular issue. And I sent it along 1, 2, 3, 4, and also show me the extension piece where they're doing 2-story of the apartment thing that they're doing. And they also said that the elevation, the extension is for 4 stories. This is from the Central Housing Plan, where I sit as a member. People are not raising the light to me. What I see from what's trying to be established from our engineers department is to state that we think that the same kind of or some kind of drawing say it's in ground floor 1, 2, 3, and then the roof.
Like the rows, 1, 2, 3. So there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So that's how they end up with this fifth story. You know why you want fifth story, 5 story behind it.
And you got 5.
You want, so they got plenty violation on this one.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, can the engineer tell this council?
Roof can be
What are
closed.
the risks of that construction posed without pilot right now? And what should be the approach this council should take to correct this situation? I know the last thing was here, but there is a list here. What are the likely risks?
Exactly what it is. Mayor, councillors, the likely risk is settlement. Sometimes you have a differential settlement, sometimes you have a level settlement. The consequences could point to
Mr. Boston, even though I want to answer to this, Councilor, sorry, but Mr. Boston, engineer, I know you're the man involved in drainage and the substantive engineer should speak on this matter. So I know that you're put in a bad position to deal with this issue.
No.
I'm not saying, oh God, I'm not saying, so we might not have all the answers.
Deputy engineer, even though he is responsible for drainage, has a responsibility to know everything that's going on in the city.
Well, I stand corrected.
You know why I can say that? Because when we were looking at restructuring this council, it was agreed at the time, even when you had two assistant councillors, one was responsible for the engineers department, one for human resources, one for finance. That's how we ended up with 3 assistant town clerk and a town clerk. And so Mr. Boston is the deputy city engineer, because his responsibility is drainage, does not deny him from those responsibilities.
Mr. Boston, I guess you have to explain to this council all the questions they pose concerning this matter. Because this matter here got plenty violation, plenty variation, plenty of kind of things. And it's how much for the last 1.5 months or 2 we dealing with this issue. We really get it, man. And this man continue building the place. Because I pass and I see it. Just that I sent you, I don't know what happened. And then, but people should have been locked up for continue building the area. But you know, how for 3-story, the person is supposed to provide certain structural or drawings or things in relation to the how you're going up above and beyond certain things. And they have to provide those soil testing and everything else to us. But in order for them to do this, and this man want to build a next story, which is really crazy. So we have to address this issue and put this project at the halt, and we have to keep monitoring to ensure that it happens and that they don't continue it. And nobody here, everybody here stand with that position as to where we're going with this issue. If you have any other questions for Mr. Boston, please tell me.
So, in relation to location 2, Market Street, again, could you state if that's his work order?
You market and the one there?
There's one in Market Street. Could you say if that's his work order was handled? And again, if you did any follow-up checks to ensure that the work came to halt.
Which place is the market?
Opposite this market, like story going up.
Tell us what's going on with that now, Councilor Boston. Because Mr. Boston. I'm giving you
the props. That notice has not been served as yet.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, I would like to do, please, Mr. Boston, please, I'm begging you, knock this up.
So,
as long as you as the engineer would have visited and there are violations on the site, you don't have to wait for this council or the council come here to ask you for a cease order when that is directed on site. That should have been already issued and looking at progress. But what has been the trend of this council, and you know what I'm saying, is that the people get 2 weeks to continue to pay. And at this stage here now, they already finished. If you ask what percentage of work is still to be completed at John Lewis, you might hear the 5% of work. All the time, the back and forth is with John Lewis, they're still allowed to do. If you turn up tomorrow morning,
you're going to see them working.
the constabulary should turn up with a van and lock up every one of them. But the engineering department is not going to do that.
Why?
They're not going to do
They
that.
got reason.
I don't have transportation.
And to note, the work was completed at that location, which blocks the drainage as well. The engineers department would have been a compromise based on what was read out by the deputy town clerk, that Mr. Bench would have given an okay to no objection. City engineer would have given an okay to no objection for the work still persist. Nevertheless, as of yesterday, that work is complete. As it relates
to the market street?
Yes, it's complete.
They can't go that way.
They capped the entire alleyway, so you don't have access to go into the alleyway. They were, apparently they were drainage pipe passing through. That is blocked. So that is complete.
Instead of building a 4-story building, the building is finished yet anyway. Not start.
But it's already free. I'm not too sure what is the current status of the completion of that. Like, the alleyway, based on when we last visited, just maybe 10% being constructed. Now it's 100% constructed, so you don't have access.
So the real challenge we have not with the building, the alleyway and what department.
They can't the entire thing. So what happens is two things. Either you extend or it becomes the driveway. You'll end up blocking a parking lot. You'll end up blocking the as well.
Correct.
As it relates to combos, could I ask the same question?
So before you go up,
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry, just a correction to what the councillor said. He said that the city engineer had given okay to no objection to these persons, but what actually happened? The application came in for the approval to cover the alleyway, and in the recommendation, these applications usually go to the city engineer first for him to check it out and to offer his advice on it. So in the engineer's advice told me which goes to the committee, he offered no objection. However, before the council's decision could even be relayed to that applicant, they did the
So they advance their cars, even though they didn't get something black and white. So they're gonna, so even though the objection was granted by him, he probably verbally tell the person that this happened or that. Alright, so the man gets no permission from me. Mr. Harris and Mr. Boston, the man still building any kind of permission. How come we stop this man and not nobody else? Oh, Scott, yes, Scott. So, what's that? I think you can come with Scott Semper. Scott is on vacation. So, he takes over that. That's Mr. Harris, Mr. Harris, if there's no yeah. Decision detected quickly. Well, tomorrow. No, but solve the wall. Bring and remove. Right. People build that. That's all. All right, go ahead to the next. Before, just now, they want to finish up a little bit. You got another question.
So, in relation to crumbles, I think that the work order did not focus. So again, crumbles are directed and restruct in the alley. That's first thing. So I'm going to
Y'all leave the man speak, man. Please, and let
here. For the second part, crumbles is upon that basis. The operations for directly home kitchen was presented in a manner that was not intrusive, selling food to the public or preparing meals. So we have asked that the public health through the doctor as well as the was that
DC, I heard the question posed by Ms. Councilor Adby in relation to the doctor visit. This is about 2 weeks now. I know they visited this place. What steps have been taken to treat with this issue concerning this police trafficking and Ms. Baker's job? What measures we put in place? We so continue to do the thing without
Chicken out of the
Yes, that's true. Yeah. It's a serious time.
And they came back. Any report said what is happening. What is happening?
TC to the engineer to the doctor. Have the doctor received the complaint on this issue, or what's going on with this?
Sorry, I'll get the full details of what I'm actually seeing there with the chicken and all of this. So the doctor was visited there this morning. So check on everything.
So the doctor knows nothing about it. Doctor knows nothing about it. Doc, you understand? I can't believe 2 weeks after the doctor knows it.
If from the visit we're learning that it's still effective, we have to consult GWI for the way forward because within our proceedings, we don't have any specialists in restructure what it entails. So we have to now into GWI to understand why what is happening in that proceeding. So that would be done in a visit tomorrow with both
But you didn't know about this before now.
No, they're normally not aware of any business.
Okay, what I'd like to establish, I think when our persons, our counselors, and as well as administration visited, did you guys take pictures of this? They have photographs. So even though they're going to try to correct it or whatever, I think those photographs should be shared with you so that you can understand what happened and that we can put measures in place as Councilor Green said, taking that into consideration and everything else. They can put the ship itself in bad light, and if they have to do that, we have to take measures because we have the evidence. And something ought to be treated with this. So even though I know you're going tomorrow, I think you have to arm yourself with the evidence that is provided by our. Who has that evidence? How much you have? What about the Boston? It was posted in the group, right? No. It's posted in the group. You have that evidence. You walk with that. You let them know what's going on, and that this infraction was actually happened. Whatever has to be done with that, we deal with that. But we'll have to put systems in place to not let this happen again. And we have to keep on monitoring them. So for me, they have to be on some monitoring program so that we can deal with this issue. If ever happens, we shut them down. Right. Yes. So I think they will have to, when they turn up, it's already built. So this piece, from the pictures I saw, it's already built. And therefore, so doctor, through the doctor, you'll have to see what the remedies you can put in place, is it in the right places, whatever. But please, these persons, TC2, will have to get some kind of a warning. I don't know, the law under the doctor could do that, public health could give that warning. Okay. And we would like to know what steps you take now. After you visit, after you deliberate, after you do what you have to do, at the next council meeting, we'd like to know what you would have sent them and to keep this matter monitored. Councilor David.
Make sure and the Albion block because it's getting sent from outside. And the Albion block opposite me, they're trying to mark out some chicken right in the Albion table, right in the on Sherry Street.
So we can add this to the visit as well. Let them visit all the compounds. Here, all the compounds, so now they visit all the other things. I'm making a recommendation this month for the health department to support pre-Christmas. Visit all the Chinese restaurants in the city of York. And get me a report. Food handlers, everything else. You check for everything else and you take out the different box and everything out right now to shut them down. What we have to do. You have the laws in your favor. 1623, 1624. No, don't just have to use somebody forget. Oh,
information. The engineer should have followed through before, or I'll take that that was not. So that was certain. For the building and bridge. Those reports, so I think the report is not compiled as yet.
Now, okay, so that is another, right? Great. Now this abattoir. I don't know why this thing's still coming up here. This abattoir and walking, yeah, 3 years ago. Oh, if they're walking properly, you buy them walking over now.
No.
Now, need to get it into final. All right. See, I've heard a recommendation of Council Green, and I believe we should. So let's say myself, yourself, and the members of the City Works Committee, City Works, we will visit public health. And let us have a visit. Let's do it as we now only meeting for Wednesday, right? The Wednesday meeting is no longer until next week, Tuesday. So let's do it Wednesday. All right, Councilor Fraser.
So just to know that I have 20 minutes.
Maybe that was intentional.
But I want,
but I just did it. So
so I think all is worth.
you just accuse me. I just accuse me.
But I have to have a check just for there, so I can check it. And I visit the outside. My most recent visit was on Thursday. And on going into the outside, and it was showing some defects that they found in the big piece of metal right across the road. And one of the gentlemen the next picture showed it here because it was not only a metal, but it's also the pavement running alongside the fence that has to be looked at. And I showed the gentleman that he sent a picture this morning to show that the metal is removed. He's also sent to me in another message that he's going to address the pavement issue so that it can the drainage issue and the fence so that can be ready.
So we should have John Finance part of this thing. That's it.
I don't know. That was unofficial.
Well, I'm just saying to you, I have contacts with sorry. Ask them to be there as well. So I'll have John Finance to be there as well. Good. So John Finance at PTC, I will ensure John Finance is there as well. Okay? So that we can treat whoever we got to or make whatever decision we got. Wednesday, what time did you set the party? 10 o'clock. Good. We set it at that. Oh, sorry, that.
This way I have to pass by it outside. I will give the thought.
No culture.
Okay. But what I observed that the office, you know, there are a lot of work being done at the office. There's really a very good software to show me that one part of me class, right? And she said by next week, they should look at that way and start with that software. So hopefully, because I was saying it here, hopefully, you can hopefully, we will not some
Maybe it would be nice if we could come across there as well on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. So ask that the little bit of check you've got, and so we can be able to treat you. All right? Yeah. 16.5.
1626. I think another page. Let's say over by Council David. Starting by you said the second. Madam. Oh, my. Let's have one meeting. You don't want to meeting? Okay, you finish identifying business? Yes.
Sir, I'm asking for the approval of the council for $100,000. This is to buy, you would usually share out, tokens to the ratepayers when they come in at a specific time.
That's okay.
Yes. So, 100,000, please.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I received a correspondence from, yes, I received it while I was here in this meeting. It's from the Army. Request the use of promenade garden. It says the Chief of Staff of the Ghana Defense Force presents his compliments to the Mayor and Town Council of Georgetown. The Guyana Defense Force is kindly requesting the use of the promenade garden for the funeral services of our fallen heroes. Funerals will be held on Wednesday, 13th December, and Friday, 15th December, respectively. This Wednesday and Friday.
Yes. Friday 15.
Yes.
Normally, we have to be doing that, but this is an extraordinary situation.
Yes.
No, but we stopped it. But now in this particular case, we will.
Yes. Yes. That's all.
Okay. Go ahead.
You duties of something like
someone put the on a school car. It's right next to us. It's very much like someone who is welcome. Oh, let's remove. Anybody who wants to park here, start the fee.
Just send me the details and then ensure to be myself and talk from our next for this matter. So Lombard and Brown, we will address it. You brought it, the council talk, noted it. I noted it, and we will ensure that we get some action on this. Yeah. Red caravan.
Council Ford. She said anything, she made a snap. And so, then I'll be made it. That's fine, that's fine. Let's go, Councilor, be fun. Right. I move it more than one time. And then it wasn't put back again. Okay. All right. I can update you though, because when we visit, we asked Mr. Boston and so on. Boston was that to move it. They move it one time. The people, when Alabama was to go on the LMA, Alabama was become an anonymous stand. We had to find out who was the person who dropped in the stand and what the reason for it. We were told they were doing some work in the market or something like that. But anyway, we got to the bottom of that. And I think they finished doing well and they no longer stand. But I will speak to Mr. Alabama now that the stand has been totally removed or to get that place there. Because he called me and tell me, Mentor, we want to do our work, but the stand is there. So I will make sure I engage him.
I just want to say here that simple stretch is among everybody straight up to the
I agree.
If you don't get that,
Which is Common Street and so on. We can Common Street. We can come over there.
Yeah.
Right, go straight. So. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes. I just before maybe just as I leave here, I'm going to call it. You want to say something? Go ahead. I think I want to. Here is this unit with some ports, with some caravan. You can't just move a caravan from somewhere and bring it down. You see, let the caravan be a unit else. Comes to the port, that comes to the main. Yeah. I have